There's not really a reason for me to start a new save. We've done the rest of this on stream, and it's mostly around you get a house and you flip it or you do the missions or whatever, which I'm going to do the missions. Weirdly enough, some of these games actually have a lot of story to it that gets really unhinged. Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, this was our parents' house, I think. Wasn't it? Was this the parents' house where I opened it up and I was like, this place is a dump, and literally destroyed all the way down to the foundation? And then we found the funny anime posters and all that, so I put anime stuff everywhere. I forgot the TV even has shows. So you fell asleep during the long speech start stream. Were we successful in saving the moon bus and the new planet? Yes, we did rescue everyone on the tour bus to the moon, which was like 7 people on it because I tried to stack too many missions, but we did cover everyone. Yeah, no, chat is like maliciously nice. So, the way House Flipper works as a game is, I believe we go to our computer, and you've got a couple things you can do. You've got the emails here, that you can go ahead and get these emails, and these will start jobs for you. You also have where you can just straight up buy a house, and then when you buy the house, you can fix it up and flip it. And so it's kind of a fun thing around there. And I got a couple more jobs over here. Now I'm trying to remember, I want to say there's a bunch of story missions to this game. There's also leveling mechanics, so you can see we're actually relatively far. That I've got most of these skills up here maxed, and I've got a couple down here. It's kind of like Pressure Wash Simulator, where it's not really that important on that regard. Yeah, so there's no missions down here. Got 2 missions over here, 1 mission there, and a couple missions up there. I have no idea with some of these, but what should happen is as we get these done, eventually we stop getting emails, and then we just start flipping houses ourselves, I believe. It's been... I played the first one through to the end, and it's just been a while. Okay, help us create a fun place. Hi, I've heard you're the go-to person for this. So here's the deal, my brother. A few of my friends have managed to get their hands on an old fish canning factory that went bankrupt years ago. Yeah, who would have thought people would hate fermented herring? But it's all the best because we've got a plan. Pinnacle could really use a new recreation center, so we thought, why not us? That's how the community spark was born. Because it's all sparking some life back into the community. Cool, right? We raised some funds, but there's still one problem. The old fish stink and the amount of work to do. We had loads of ideas, but we stuck with the dancing hall, pool room, place for board games, and a shared food area. As far as I know, you'll take it from here. Okay. It said Lurk went badly, went from 1% volume to Lurk. Then Rude Awakening 100% volume after 8. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember if there's like the endless contracts. If we get any contracts repeating, we'll do that. So what ends up happening is you go to different areas around the house. So I hit this spot. Oh man, I gotta remember the actual controls here. Basically, we can go to the... Alright, yeah, so we have... This is the things I need to do in this part of the house. I need to sell all of those things. I need to mow the grass. There's a bunch of stains I need to clean. I need to vacuum some stuff up, and I need to buy replacement windows, and I need to unpack a box. So step 1 is you gotta clean up all the junk here. And the game will give it like a little green icon when we go over this, if it's something I need to sell. Yeah, so when I step in here, there'll be a different thing that needs to be done. So you get the idea. So as we switch these rooms, we'll see that they're different objectives. Got a box to unpack. Okay. Oh, I thought that was another board we could sell. Yep, just gonna sell the outdoor AC. Sure, why not? Alright. Yeah, some house flipping time. Yeah, so it looks like the entire exterior of the building is this. This is actually a little different because most of the objectives we've done before this one were actually houses. Whereas this is more like a commercial property. So usually the way I'll do this is I'll start one area and finish everything there first before moving on to the next one. Okay, so those windows are fine. The idea that you just go up, you sell the door, and just the brick is back is kind of amusing to me. Also, could you imagine, so you're on the street. This is clearly all residential as far as the eye can see. So you're like straight up in the middle of a neighborhood. And then there's this fish processing plant just between your neighbors' houses. So, you know, little Johnny is walking down the street to, you know, visit little Susan and has to walk by the fish canning plant. Sometimes house creeps up an industry. You're not wrong. That is genuinely a thing. So I'm missing 17 items. So I got a couple more plants and vines. And I got some garage doors in that I've missed somewhere. I see a plank over there. And we'll see U.S. suburbia creeping everywhere. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. I've certainly been along for a number of places where you just kind of have the like the local housing, even the local business, because it also goes the other way where like the business is slowly spread towards the residential. That's actually what I've got a lot more in Central Florida, is that as the tourism industry builds up and all that, they end up there's the pines. They end up slowly expanding till they butt up against what is the residential area. You know, residential area near the tourism stuff. And that can create some real problems. Alright, so I've still got 2 planks and a doorway and a tree. One of these trees is supposed to go. So this is probably the doorway. That's the tree that gotta go. And I got 2 boards out here. There's one of them. We got 1 more board out here to sell. That's inside. They might also be laying on the ground. And as we clean the place up, we will more than likely find wherever this is missing. I'm also trying to check to see if it's like an upper window. Check down the line. If we don't see it on this pass, we'll just go about cleaning up the other stuff, because there's a good chance I'll run across it later. Between mowing and everything else we gotta do. Well, I don't see it. Alright, well, so on to the next thing. We'll come back to that. So we need to mow the grass. That was here? Yeah, there. Apparently I don't need to mow the grass there. So we're just mowing the grass here. Does that genuinely mean we're just gonna leave this weird concrete stone with grass gaps in it? Because I feel like that'd be an obnoxious thing to deal with. Like, I know you don't want to make it into one solid concrete slab, especially if this is an area where the temperature changes a lot, like, you know, hot summers, cold winters, because then you can have where the concrete cracks real bad. But at the same time, it just feels like it'd be a lot more maintenance, needing to mow it every week or two, again, depending on the climate or whatever. Like, you could put pavers in between and then fill it in with, like, sand or whatever. Hey, Earthers, how's it going? Because yeah, like it is a problem in a lot of places. Again, especially places where you get like really cold winters and really hot summers, or like desert areas where the temperature can swing a lot in the course of a day. That very genuinely you end up with a lot of different problems. Okay, so we got more stuff to buy. Right now, where is the trash can around here? So those aren't technically on the property. Can't just sell these, right? Trying, because I thought the way you get with yeah, it's been a while, so I was trying to remember. Okay, so that takes that out. We can grab the hands. Because I'm pretty sure there was, you could find like an actual trash can. And then if you put them in the trash can, they disappear. And unfortunately, the sidewalk is off limits. It's like an invisible wall. So it's definitely not going over there. Just pile all these right here. Because I suspect I'm going to have to do a bunch over here in the front. I see a spot that doesn't have a stain. So when we figure out what to do it with these, they're all in the same spot. Alright. Okay. So next thing we're going to go ahead and do is you'll also notice there's exclamation marks here showing me the tools that I have stuff to work with there. So you can grab the vacuuming. So that's for stuff like leaves. Yeah, it's probably just one more stack of leaves somewhere. And usually you don't do as much running around later on because you're like in enclosed rooms and everything. Versus out here, all counting as one space is a little bit more over. Okay, so we finished with the vacuum cleaner. And remember there's like a dirt vision as well you can use. Alright. If only any of this were this easy in real life. We could just walk up to a wall, give it like a spritz, and it's all just better. Versus in real life, you might sit there for half an hour just trying to just work at a spot, trying to get rid of it. There's that last plank. Okay. You're about to deliver your Happy Meals for the first time against an enemy grid. Gotcha. Hope you're enjoying your space, engineers. Ah, there we go. Okay, so stains are all cleaned up. So now we need to deal with the box. Sure. Right now, put this here. It's a placard. Placard says, the Community Spark founded by the initiative of Pinnacove High students with the financial support from the Pinnacove Council. Cool. Alright, so now it wants me to actually buy and build things. So it wants me to install a bunch of windows. Okay, and it does let me know where it wants me to put them. Or are those sliding glass doors? My bad. These are sliding glass doors. Okay. So I've got those sorted out. And when you are doing the missions, they have like predefined where you put stuff. When you buy a house to flip it, you just do that however you want. Okay, so we got those done. So you want the big like bay style, not bay style, the big full wall windows. Is that all of them? Yep. And then you want me to plant a handful of plants. It doesn't look like they have a set place for me to put these. I'm just go ahead and put them in these little islands out here. And I know I don't need all of them, but I'm doing it anyways. Okay. Alright. So what that tells me is all of the mission objectives are done in this room. So then we can move on to the next room. Okay, so you want me to buy some bike stands, and you want me to demolish a lot. Okay. Ah, the whole thing's coming down. So I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so we got strong hit. Okay. You just smack the wall out. Sadly, the game doesn't have physics calculations and all that. It's probably a good thing it doesn't, because you'd go to build the houses and get something in the wrong order and collapse it and just ruin everything. But as you can probably make out from this. Huh. Oh, I guess those just don't count as part of the wall. Yeah, so it looks like we're getting rid of all the concrete on this. Make ourselves like a little overhang for the bicycles. you know, in reality, this will probably be a multi-day project. Okay, so I finished that. So now I need to buy 3 bike stands. Put them in diagonally charged so everyone can actually pull their bikes in. Okay. So let's walk back in here. And that room is done. So we've got the exterior of the building done. So now you see all these different exclamation marks are different rooms we gotta deal with. So let's start by just running around here. And just selling all the things it wants me to sell. You want me to sell one more thing. What else do you want me to sell? Oh, the doorway itself. Okay. So 3 more things to sell, which is some wood boards and the doorway. I don't see the wood... Oh, the... No, it's on the other side. Well, I'll figure it out later. Weirdly, it takes a moment to sell these. Clearly important for structure beams. Okay. So we got 14 more things to sell. Weirdly enough, the light had physics. Okay, so we got all the things to sell here. We've got a bunch to demolish, apparently. And little by little, we're opening this space up to making this little entertainment facility they wanted. Okay, so we're done with the demolition. Now it wants a door here. Wants another door here. Couple of park benches, not. Let's clean up these stains first. And you can spray to make it clean faster, but as upgraded as my stuff is, I don't really need to worry about that too much. The extra second it takes to spray it kinda takes the value away from just clicking and holding and making it disappear. Okay, so this section is clean. So we got 3 park benches to put in. Just roughly center them on these walls. It doesn't really matter if you're just trying to complete the objectives, but I don't know. It's cool to see the space come together. We've got our little trash can we can put right here on the corner. Put some plants. That's considered a separate room. And then finally, put the actual plants in those. That's that room done. So what's this room gonna say? You would like a cork board. A shelf. Second shelf, I see. And shift you over here. Second shelf. Alright, 1 second. Trash out of here. So, two dividers. You have to move those shelves. Okay. Trying to remember how to resize it. It's fine. Let's see. Is the trash can you bought functional? The same area. Receptor to the side. This one I don't believe you can put the trash bags in. Okay, and then we just have the office chair. Okay, and that'll be this room done. Cool, so we got these two spaces done. Let's go in here. Okay, so you got the trash picked up. Alright. From here, we'll clean up the stains on the ground. You want me to sell 2... Alright, so now... Got those 2 doors. Got some shoe benches. Hey, Chunky and Funky, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream. Let's switch these to our side. Hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming today? Can we get a shout out for Chunky and Funky? Let's move these shoe benches to the other side. But yeah, so what were you streaming today? How did it go and all that? Really do appreciate it. Oh yeah, it was Q as our like dirty stuff vision when I'm cleaning. Warhammer Darktide, nice. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. I'll get you a shout out here in a moment. Just bear with me. I'm gonna quickly finish what I'm working on real fast. Okay, let's go ahead and get that shout out for you. So shout out for Chunky and Funky. Playing some Warhammer Darktide, so if that's your jam, you can find that over there. And thank you again for that raid. So we got another space. This will go into... Oh, that goes into a totally different area. Alright. Let's go ahead and start cleaning up here. Okay. So keep adding trash bags over in the corner there. And little by little, we're making ourselves a nice little rec center here. But you kind of get a feeling as how this like slowly comes together, where you start with kind of a dump and you get fixed up. They have missions of all sorts of sizes. Like sometimes you'll go in, they'll be like, oh yeah, I had a roommate staying here and they made a mess, and you'll go to the kitchen, there'll be like 1 or 2 things to clean up, and then their room will be a disaster, and you'll just clean up their 1 bedroom. Then you got ones like this one, where we're basically gutting an entire building and reworking it. From rec to rec center? Yep. Okay. Go here with the vacuum. Get the bits of broken glass and all that cleaned up. I need to surface stuff. Okay, so we got to surface stuff. Now we got to buy some things. So, we need to buy the ceramic tiles. I actually didn't need to do that whole thing, I need the lower part. It's fine, we're just gonna ceramic the whole wall. We won't be penalized for it. Okay. So with that, it looks like we're making some showers. Can't see which side the door is on, because the handle's there. So I'd think it opened like this. There you go. Okay, there's a shower at the rec center. You do know that's not okay. I was about to say, it's like, you do know that's not tall enough, right? Okay. Got a trash can. We can... Right now, we'll just shove that in the corner. Okay, so I need to put in the sinks. Put in a mirror. Do you need a second trash can? Is that what's going on here? Yep. Okay, so I'm buying some carpet. It wants me to have 3 of them, so it clearly wants me to put the carpet for stepping in and out of the shower, which I'm kind of not on board with here. Like, I understand it's good to have like a little rug thing for your feet or whatever for getting out of there. We usually don't put it right up against the shower, because then it just gets sopping wet, and that's how you get mold. Okay. So that's all done. Is it like anti-slip mats? I think, but it calls it carpet. That's my hesitation, is they're calling it carpet. It's like, because like an anti-slip mat would be more rubberized, less likely to be a fabric material. Okay. Deep mold is just a brush away. Yeah, that's like one of the big things in the game, is a lot of how they present themselves. Like, that's not how that works. So we need to put a toilet. We can put it right there. Oh, I'm confused. It's fine. Fine, whatever. We don't have hardly any bidets in the US. It's So seeing it having the handles like that, I'm kind of like, what? It's fine. That's my own ignorance. Like I've seen the toilets that have like the built-in bidet functionality. There is a bidet. It's part of the toilet seat, basically. Yeah, that's what I'm used to seeing. You'll see like the toilet, and there'll be like a little control panel right there. So this looking like a separate, almost sink thing next to it is kind of a head scratcher to me. And a towel rack. Apparently towels cost extra. Cool, so we got all that. I do find it interesting that they're keeping almost all of these as just bare concrete surfaces, which is fine. I mean, it would save you money. Also, for a fish canning factory, I'm not seeing a whole lot of any kind of canning. Like, equipment at all, or, you know, the implication that there was canning equipment here at some point. Okay, so we got 29 more things to sell. Oh, it's a bunch of tools and cabinets. Yeah, no, it's just... like, you've got this exposed concrete floor, which, fair enough. If you're a factory, that makes sense. But from putting all the equipment and all that down there, it would have a whole bunch of stuff done to it. It wouldn't just be uniform everywhere. And I doubt if it was a canning factory that shut down, did they bother to, like, clean it all up and make it super nice or anything. Yes, there's not a door on this side. That's fine. Okay. In Finland, almost all toilets have a small shower handle at the toilet, and some places here in Sweden have them. They're very useful, especially if you have kids. Yeah, now my point was more like having what looks like just a normal sink, but vaguely toilet-shaped, is the thing that's kind of going, what? The reason it threw me is it looked like a sink, not what I'm used to seeing people when they're talking about bidets. What I'm used to seeing. Like it definitely didn't look like it had a the extending shower handle kind of thing. It looked like a stationary sink thing. They've still got more to vacuum somewhere. That looks like it's a stain, which it is. Ah, there we go. Some leaves over here. That's fine. We apparently have 2 boards to sell. We got a wall to demolish. All right. This is, yeah. Without the title, would think, at most some kind of urinal. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't go up to it and then, like, go pee in it. I'd be like, why is the sink so low? Would be kind of the way my brain would work. I like how we don't have to take any consideration. It's like, is this concrete wall in the middle of this building load-bearing? I don't know. I didn't check the engineering report. Person said, get rid of the wall, make a rec center. So we're like, yeah, sure. Who cares if it goes all the way up to the main trusses? It's probably not important, right? We get the building and everything seems fine for a couple of years, and then the middle of the building starts to slowly sag because you know, it was a fairly important concrete wall. That was what I remember with, there's all, like, the home improvement shows. Back in the day, they used to do ones where they did, like, more major, like, reconstruction. And one of the constant things that would show up on the show, which I think was designed to be, like, a public service kind of thing, was you'd see where someone had gone and taken out a wall to make an open plan thing without consulting any kind of engineering. And you'd have, like, a main truss to be bowing down, which then would create problems for the floor above it. So it'd be a major structural problem. And so it's a very regular thing for in those shows to go back through to those houses that had done that kind of work. And ultimately what they do is they put a support back in that spot. But, you know, instead of it being like one type of support or whatever, they'll just change the type of support to still keep it kind of open. I need to watch that. That one's not too bad because it's like right at the window, so you can just kind of pretend it's an accent or something like that. But accidentally put that outside. Versus mentally as treating it as a barrier that I didn't have to worry about that with. Okay, so I need another box. Okay. Need one more box. They thought we were watching this old house on Rual Villa. There's a YouTuber who went to do a minor remodel of his kitchen and living room. Found out the previous owner had torn out a ton of load-bearing wall in his bedroom, but was sagging down. The only thing holding it was a half-rotten beam that wasn't even seated properly at the end. It can be honestly pretty nightmarish, the things you find. I've mentioned this one before on the channel, that I had along our stairwell that is going to be making a, just swapping out some switches so that we could have, like, when you approach the stairwell, the light would automatically turn on kind of thing. And it went to go and get into the electric... There was the one tile underneath. I went to get the electrical to do it, and I found, like, the electrical was not just kind of shoddy work. Like, things just weren't even wired correctly for the light switch. And just all sorts of really awful stuff. And it was definitely one of those things that you kind of stare at that going, oh, cool, I've been living in this situation this whole time. Where, very genuinely, this has just been this fire hazard living in my wall that, you know, things could have gone wrong with at any given point. Oh, it might be because I got the wall intersecting there, I can't put it down. That's fine. We can deal with that. But it was just kind of one of those things that, you know, you get in there and it's just kind of like, this is bad. So, you know, I went and I tore out the electrical, I did it right, all that stuff. And it was just for the one switch, and like, cool. And then later on, I wanted to swap one of my outlets to be a, or no, it was, we had one of our outlets failed, that's right, one of our outlets stopped working. So, you know, it was like, great. Clearly they had more shoddy electrical work. And, you know, I went into the outlet and found the wiring, like, you would have the insulation. So it's the way, when you look at electrical outlet, there's like, you'll have on this end, you'll have like one screw there, another screw down here, and then your ground. And you cut the insulation back, and you usually just want to cut just slightly back to get the uninsulated part under that screw and then tighten it down. And the insulation was being cut back at some of them like a good 1.5 inches, almost 2 inches, which is wildly more than you want. Because the problem is, that's exposed wiring. And it's just one of those things that you could have that where if something were to jostle it and those wires were to get too close to each other, now you've got a short and you've got a fire potential. And that was just kind of like everywhere we were looking at with this stuff. And it just got to the point after finding like the third thing like that, I'm like, all right. And I just kind of systematically went through the house and just swapped out like each and every single, like not swapped, that's not the right word. I went to each and every single outlet, each and every single electrical socket, went in there, cleaned up the wiring and all that. Because it was just one of those things like, this is not okay. Like this is going, like, my house is gonna burn down. Okay, so we gotta put 3 of these up. I was pretty upset about that. Self-home inspection? Well, I actually had an inspector come through and didn't end up finding those issues. And that's not me judging the inspector, because a lot of those things weren't super obvious from the get-go. So it doesn't surprise me that stuff got overlooked. Because we also had, where one of our ACs coming to the house, there was a small section of drywall that just, like, it wasn't even the people who flipped the house or anything. It was, like, never there in the first place. And, you know, it did get overlooked, which is a problem. But, like, it wasn't a direly bad situation. It just kind of hurt the efficiency of my air conditioning because it's dumping a bunch of our cold air into the attic. Which is not air conditioned because that's just a waste. The insulation's up there. But it came to be an issue when my ACs finally gave out. Just because they were old. That we went to get them replaced. And the person installing the AC didn't have any issue, but then like the actual inspector came and is like, you got a big gaping hole up here? That's not okay, man. You need to get that fixed. Which wasn't a big deal. You just chuck up a piece of drywall and do your cementing it in and everything. But it was just one of those things, you looked at how many people had gone through it and just failed to notice it because it's like weirdly, like, because it was the AC's like in a closet thing, it's like weirdly up and at a corner. So unless you looked in that specific direction, you'd be none the wiser. It's going to sell a door frame and a window. There we go. We got stains and all that to deal with. The only thing that sucked about that is that all came up like right when the pandemic was absolutely at its peak. There's just a lot of stuff that ended up being a big hassle to deal with. They apparently don't want me to sell the wash closet label. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so replacing the crappy door with a good door. Fair enough. So where am I putting this? Okay, so this counts as a different room. Good to know. Ah, down there. Okay, that makes sense. There we go. Yes, that room's done. So what I got to do here, I need to basically just put some benches and all that. So now I can put this door in here I couldn't put before because the wall was in the way. I need just one bench. Put trash can right there. And a singular potted plant. Which is slightly off center, which is deeply upsetting. There we go. Alright, that room's done. This room's already done, so we got this room next. Okay. So we're done with that. Got a bunch of cleaning to do. I very much enjoyed when we had Crime Scene Cleaner come out. That's really fun game. Where? Where am I missing the stain? There we go. Alright, so we're done with the cleaning. Ooh, a lot of resurfacing to do. If only tiling was even remotely this easy in real life. Real life tiling is absolutely miserable. I've helped tile a couple of times. It's definitely not one of those things I want to do if I don't have to. It's just laborious and just not a good time. Alright, so we got here for bathrooms. Actually, let's do it like this. Okay. Got our sink. Okay, so there's 2 sinks at once. Separate towel racks for either side. And a mirror. Okay, so this space is done. Don't really know what's in the bucket. Don't really want to know what's in the bucket. Viscera Cleanup Detail is another good one. Yeah, no, there's another game called Crime Scene Cleaner. Same general kind of idea. Except where Viscera Cleanup Detail is kind of a fun little, like, you're going into the world, like, where Doom just ended kind of thing, or Half-Life or whatever, where, you know, as the player you went on that whole, like, you killed all the baddies kind of thing, and left all the Gibbs around and whatever. You're the people, you know, tasked with cleaning up after the fact. I'm going to assume I'm going to need this in the other bathroom, too. Just going to chuck it over there. We also need the toilet. But yeah, so, Crime Scene Cleaner is the same general idea, but I won't spoil it. The general idea of what's going on is you've got your daughter has very expensive medical needs, and you're a janitor. So basically, through various situations, you end up working for, like, the mob to, you know, take care of your daughter kind of thing. Get the money. And that's, like, the very overt, simplified thing. So you're cleaning up crime scenes and hiding evidence and all that. But it's another one of those games that it is, you go to a location that there's this whole mess, and you just, you know, you gotta clean it all up, get it back to being presentable, all that stuff. It's got a lot of dad jokes. There's the tile I'm missing. A lot of dad jokes. Okay. Alright, so these bathrooms are done. This room's done. Let's go to this little room next. Yeah, this is more what I'm expecting to see. Big industrial cabinets. I know I'd have all this other junk down here, but that's fine. All the electrical boxes for running all the machines. Oh, you're counting this as a whole big space. Okay. Got a drill press. Bunch of industrial conduit. Yeah, this is more like it. The whole front area, like, this doesn't feel like a factory, as someone who's worked at factory work at different points. Like, not as the, like, I did a lot of IT and network infrastructure for factories. So it's just like, this doesn't feel like a factory at all, this whole front area. This feels like a factory. Oh, good! Who wants some canned fish? Some fresh canned sardines. By fresh, I mean they're in this abandoned factory that's clearly not been occupied for many years. It's probably edible-ish. If you really loosen your definition of edible. Clearly all these steel beams are load-bearing. It also kind of bothers me, the idea that we have all the steel beam infrastructure down here, and that there's just some, like, wood trusses above them. It makes really no sense. Like, maybe if you looked at the roof and the roof had obviously been replaced at some point, you'd be like, okay, you know, they replaced the roof here. Also, why would a factory have little planters like that up there? You know, the idea is that Havoc was running across the wood beams, but that'd be even more of an indicator that, hey, these aren't load-bearing. Maybe don't try and use them in that capacity. Alright, this is technically a separate room. If anything, the canning factory job also feels like this is a retrofit in the building. Safety first. Days since the last incident. 0 with a sad face. I'll notice, this is a poster. So unless they're printing a new poster every single day, they're just going on the assumption that it's been 0 days since the last injury. Which doesn't speak well to your company, that if that's your cost savings thing, is to just assume there's always been an accident in the last day. Missing 2 things to sell. A wood board and what looks like there's the thing. There's the wood board. There we go. Alright, so now we've got trash to clean up. You've still got 7 items. Oh, right, this room was part of this one. 2 more things to clean up trash-wise. Alright. So now I got stains to deal with, so we can go ahead and get out our stuff here. I think that poster's always right first thing in the morning. The reality is the parking lot is a nightmare, so everyone, even on their way into work, ends up getting hurt. So it just got to the point, just like, whatever. There we go. Alright, so now I get all the windows to squeegee. Cleaning windows is like pressure washing, where it's like, my window's clean. And then you clean, you're like, oh no, I was wrong. It was real bad. Or like pressure washing, it's like, no, my sidewalk's not dirty. There's nothing to worry about here. And they start pressure washing, it's like, this looks like it's an entirely different material underneath this. And it did not look dirty until now I have the direct comparison. There's a reason why pressure washing is really sad. Like, it can be annoying work if you got a lot to do it. But, there's a very big satisfaction is when you're cleaning that, being able to just, like, look and very easily see that, like, there's, like, very noticeable improvement in progress. And it's very linear, so you can kind of, like, sit there and look at your driveway and be like, hey, I'm a quarter of the way through the driveway. It's very noticeable. Like, the lawn has that. It's just obnoxious because you have to do, like, your lawn every week or every other week, depending on where you live. Unless it's, like, winter, and then you can ignore it for a couple of months. But, like, with pressure washing, you start working in your driveway, and you can just kind of see the progress. Of the chores, if it wasn't for all the work that goes into setting up the pressure washer, it is one of the chores I find kind of the most satisfying to actually get done. Versus to me, I'd say laundry is the least satisfying because, you know, a handful of days go by and you're like, wait, I have to do this again? I just did it. Or like dishes. Dishes are the same kind of thing. Yeah, exactly, Cancock. It's like dishes. You do the dishes, and like literally the next day you're like, how did the sink get full? No, genuinely, how did the sink get full? We just did this. Versus the pressure washing, most of the time you only have to do that like once a year, once every other year, once 6 months, all depending on what you're looking at. Different places have different amounts of pollens, not like here in Central Florida. One of the things we have is we have pine pollen that drops and everything. It almost looks like an orange film it leaves on stuff, and it's mostly a problem for your cars because if you park outside, you get this like weird orange film on it. It's mildly acidic, so it will eat up your paint after a while. But when it gets on the ground, it still ends up being pretty bad because it gets on the ground and then it kind of gets gross as it sits out in the sun and bakes. Like, it's not one of those things you'd see like big piles of mold or something, but it makes stuff get dirty much faster. Okay, so we got that done. Next up, you want me to smash this open. This is done until no remnants, then wait till the weekend. Close wait until a hot day, so quick dry, or nearly empty. Yeah, we can't wait that long, sadly. With me and Tomb, a lot of her work, so do I see. there a way for me to tell which ones go where? It's probably this here. That's weird. But because of that, like, her work just really makes a mess out of clothes. And she likes to layer, so we go and have to do a lot of laundry. It's not unusual for her to go through like 2 outfits in a day, like one for work, and then, you know, get home and change to something else because her work clothes are absolutely disgusting. She works in water treatment for animals. And animals like to make a mess, especially the hippos. Well, cool, hippos are a truly disgusting animal. They literally when they poop, they helicopter their tail to sling the poop away from their backside, thereby making it airborne and everywhere. Yeah, no, actually, yeah, hippos are very dangerous animals. They're very, very territorial. Oh, right, that I keep forgetting that this little room over here is part of this same space. Okay. Okay, so it looks like we're just down to building this stuff. We will start... Okay, so there's no doors or windows to do. You have a coffee machine, some couches. So we're making this into... Oh, I see. So this is going to become like a little coffee bar thing here. I understand. So we need 5 of you. Two, 3. Okay, there's the 5 facing the counter. But in the wild, this awesomely spreads fertilizers. In a zoo, it's a mess. Yeah, fun fact, there was once a proposition to bring hippos to the US to release them in the wild to be game animals. Yeah, luckily a lot of times when people have those ideas, someone who has any kind of clue about the environment immediately gets a worried look on their face and goes, absolutely the hell no. And then goes to bat for it. So fortunately, most of those ideas don't get super far. They don't always get stopped. They usually don't get too far. That is a... Oh, it's like a display cabinet, and of course you're a different size there. Alright, well, let's see how I can make this work. Grab the small one from over here, chuck it aside, mash you right up into that corner. There. I low-key don't love that that sticks out slightly. My assumption is what I'm supposed to do is have that facing out here. But with the little island thing there, it's going to be too high, so it's just going to be a suboptimal design. I know it does not matter for the game, but putting the coffee bar in arm's reach of the customer is asking for problems. Okay, we get all these planters filled. They're unevenly spaced. No, they're evenly spaced. Why is that giving me an optical illusion around it? Maybe it's the tree behind it? It's whatever. Okay. So now I've got this. You should probably be in here. And all this goes out here. Yeah, so you could start by having... kind of a little book corner. Yep, so get ourselves a little book corner there. Where would be the logical place to those roll around cabinets? Because it's not in there. That'd be something you just trip over. Alright, we'll deal with that in a moment. So you got some tables. You want how many of them? 4? Move them around where we want to later. You want 6 more of these. Alright, so you're gonna need to shift those a little bit so you can actually get stuff in here. Go. We just need 2 more of these. Alright. So we got our pair of coffee tables, which clearly should go here. Right, I'm going to shove these down here. Okay, so that room's done. So we got this room. So we pick up where we left off here. Got this wall to clear out. Yeah, so as you can see here, like, this is getting to be a pretty cool, like, open thing going on. I do really appreciate a lot of this. I'm actually curious when the developers come up with the maps. Like, what their methodology is around it. Like, do they start with the, Wait. Oh, you want me to sell the lights? That's fine. There we go. I was looking for it to have that there. Because it's clear that this is going to go in here. I like how apparently keeping the hazard paint between the floors really sets the feng shui. Okay. And you want... So 2 corkboards, you want a corkboard. Do not finish the job. There, world's largest corkboard. Not really. Okay, so you want a trash can and 2 plants. So what I can do is I'll move the 2 benches over a little bit. Bring in 1 or 2 ticks. Trash can right in between. And then put our plants in. Okay. So focus on getting the downstairs finished. Then you can worry about the upstairs. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so still 18 things to sell. Which are shades, boards and newspapers, a bunch of stuff like that. Okay, so we got 6 boards. I figured were gonna be they are those. I just wasn't pointing up enough. Got 1 rolled up newspaper in this space somewhere. Alright, what we could do is grab the sledgehammer. Oh, you're gonna have me open up all of this. I figured this wall was a give me. That's fine. But yeah, this is definitely one of those games like Pressure Washer Simulator, where you just kind of go in there, you get your assignment, and you just get to work. You can also do your own flipping of the houses. And you could sit there and try and put together the criteria to get the best sale and like going, oh, well, what can I do to increase the house value to the most? Generally, I wouldn't say this is the kind of game you care about any of that. You just flip the houses, make a cool little house, and you sell it. It's kind of like for some people who go to play games like The Sims, they like the making the house part, but then when it comes to like actually doing the Sims part, that's not really something they enjoy. So you can kind of just build the houses, and when you're done, just move on to the next one. Alright, so I've got you. Let's go out here and throw this trash bag with the others. Alright. So if we go back here in this room again. So we've got a TV. We've got a pair of pool tables. Honestly, a pair of pool tables in this room is a bit ambitious to actually have room to play. Like, even then, you're going to be dealing with people at the other table if you're not careful. Okay, so we got all that set up. At the point of teenagers playing pool is hitting each other with a cool cue anyways. You can have 2 televisions in this space. Man, with all the light, how? Also not really a good place to put the TVs where there's not windows they'd be blocking. Sure, why not? The piano. Deal with that and what? So I got a set of couches here where we got a corner couch. And two of these. I got a pair of sofas. Put them there for the people waiting on the pool tables, I guess. Coffee table. And one stool. Oh, the stool's for the piano. You have put a lot of stuff in this room, friend. That also seems not like a good seat for dealing with the piano, but that's okay. What are we missing here? Windows. Oh, to actually clean the windows. I understand. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like a community center, and I guess, like, it sounded like it was intended for high school students, and they're like, we're having a coffee bar, and it's like, don't get me wrong, I understand people by high school, you're gonna have people who are already drinking coffee at that age. But to such a degree that you're gonna have a coffee bar is like, okay. I mean, fair enough, I guess. Alright, so we got that room done. So I think we've got the whole downstairs of the building done at this point. So let's go ahead and stroll on up these stairs. That shelf apparently stays. It's got more objects to sell. The safety railing? Oh! Excellent. We don't need safety rails up here. No, wait, really? We got rid of those safety rails and we're just not putting them back? I mean, teenagers or otherwise, it sounds like a bad idea. Definitely have to have a talk with code enforcement. Almost every kid you knew in high school drank coffee, to be honest. Only the two Mormons didn't. I know by high school, I did know quite a few who drank coffee. I would still say it was probably not like the majority or anything, but there definitely was not a small number of people who drank coffee by the time I got to high school. It definitely still seems like something that was pretty discouraged. Like, in the types of places that, they tended to have teenagers at. It was kind of one of those things that felt like teenagers did it to be more like the adults kind of thing. You know, and then they get into it, and then now they're just addicted to coffee. Because that's what coffee do. Okay, so we got a bunch of books. We got some book ends. We got a bookshelf. Oh, there we go. So we got a fence. So I need at least 8 of those. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. Ah, okay, I see. So it's a style where we go like this. When it was just like, yeah, just get rid of the safety rail, and I didn't notice more safety rail, I'm like, excuse me? I don't know about you, but I want a safety rail up here. Even, like, if this is my own space, I didn't have to worry about anyone being in here. You never know when you're gonna, like, hit a wet spot on the floor and slide, and then you drop, you know, 10, 11 feet to the ground on hard concrete. Probably something you want to make sure to have some basic safety stuff going on. Figure out what I'm doing with these in a minute. Especially on a tile floor. One person spills a drink, and then it's a slip and slide. It's not gonna leave enough room for people to walk around. It doesn't matter. It's a video game. But also, I liked the idea of having that in the middle, but then it's like, oh yeah, but you need to put down 3 coffee tables. I'm like, oh, yeah, no. Needing to put down the coffee tables there kind of changed a lot of how this is gonna work. So instead, flip those all around. Those are big coffee tables. Why are you red? Oh, I think red's literally just the color of the coffee table. Sure. And we could put a vase here. Put some planters in here. I guess there's skylights. I was about to be like, you wouldn't want to put them here because there's no sunlight, but there's a bunch of lights there. It still probably wouldn't be a great place to put planters. You need to make sure they can get enough light for the plants, otherwise the plants just die. This probably wouldn't be a great place for plants, but it'd probably be okay. Let's see, kind of saying, it was funny. No one of your family drank coffee until I was like 13. That year, for Xmas, a relative gave the parents a set of gourmet coffees, despite them not drinking it. So Mom went, okay, I'll try it. Pulled out an ancient coffee machine from Storge. And from then, all 4 of you were hooked. Your sister, and you put Xmas chocolates in your coffee. We tried to get, and we got hooked on mochas. Well, that is the thing with a lot of addictive stuff. Oh, good, we got a board game. Okay. Oh, these are all board games. We're making, like, I saw, okay, no they're not. I saw the books down here, and I was like, oh, it's just gonna be like a little library study kind of thing. But it's a board game space. That's cool. But yeah, no, it's one of those things with a lot of those types of stuff that, you get introduced to it, and it can be real easy to get, like, really stuck on it. And this isn't me being judgy about it or anything. Like, I drink soda, it's no different. It's all bad for you. Oh yeah, so you actually have, like, a game mat for playing. So, needless to say, this vase doesn't matter anymore. It's just some knick-knack that someone shoved on a windowsill, and no one's bothered to move it. So we've got that. We'll go ahead and grab the associated game. Put it on the table. Alright. Holy crap, the size of that book. The Cackling Goose. Honestly, a book called The Cackling Goose, I would actually expect is probably a good book. It also amused me when I have 5 books. Alright, and it looks like we have everything done the job. So yeah, so what ends up happening now is I can hit Shift-Enter. We can get paid our $100,000 for the renovation and all that. Let's see, a D&D board game nonetheless? Yeah, there's a reason you always turn down alcohol on occasions you're offered it. Addictive tendencies run your family. Yeah, no, I got a number of friends who have that. So one of the nice things the game does is it shows you what it looks like from before and after. Still with the pile of trash bags out front. And it can be very, very satisfying to see. Man, we didn't get cool places like this when I was a kid. Alright, continue. Not gonna bother saving the photos. And we got ourselves stuff. Good job. The center looks like you imagined. I mean, and you did everything according to plan. Great idea with a dancing space. I'm hoping for epic dance-off there. What? Dance-offs are only in social media now. But, sure, we could figure something out. Haha. Also, Lucy, not to judge, but man, those notifications are stressing me out. You might want to actually talk to your friends and their family or whoever is trying to reach out and you're just utterly ignoring. Two folks at the coffee shop. Hey, what's it called when you had a scoop of gelato to an espresso? Affogato? I know, that's why I asked. Oh. Boo. Take your word pun away. Okay, so we did get one of those things there. Big dream of a big family. Hello, Mr. PC. My family. Actually, let's before we dig in there, one of the ways we can tell like what direction I should be taking the game is just to take a chance to look at the achievement. Let's see. Kept them out. House hoarder. Gotcha. So there's a limited number of jobs that we get an achievement when we've done that, and there's also a story to the game. Okay. Just double checking if I should be just running through the contract still. So kind of what I'm doing is I started with one of the zones here, and I finished all the jobs, and I've been kind of ping-ponging back and forth this until all the jobs are done, and then just kind of going and finishing off all the jobs. So this is the area that's like we haven't gone to yet. Alright. Hello, Mr. PC. My family has just put all of our savings into buying and building multiple closed businesses. I'm so happy. I convinced everyone to stick close for this. But before we can all fulfill our dreams, we need someone to clean the property and prepare each place. My active wife, as opposed to your passive wife or your inactive wife, my active wife, Antonetta, wants to run a bicycle rental, and my sweet son, Julio, I don't know, dreams of his own pastry shop. My daughter Veronica won't give us grandchildren, but still wants to take a daycare. There's a lot to unpack in that. And last but not least, my colorful sister Rita will help me with, drumroll please, the dream of my life, Pizzeria Andemio. I don't know how to pronounce these names, so I'm sure someone's going, what are you doing to these poor people's names? Look, man, they don't have phonetic spelling. I'm working with it. It's Italian, so is Giolio? I don't know. Wait until you see our logo. You mean that logo? You might want to get help with this, get all the work done. Begin the job. No, I like money. And I want to keep all of it for myself. Give me the money. You can set a track for the toy train and make it ride with all that. Alright. Here's someone who knows what's up. We've got these pallets and they're not for sale. Because in real life, pallets are hell of expensive. They used to be one of the things that bothered me when you had, like, you know, DIY kind of like subreddits or whatever. And it'd be like, make your own couch. You just need a couple of pallets. And you're like, dude, a couple of nice pallets is the cost of a, you know, okayish couch. You're not saving money, not unless you're getting like some Splinter City worn out pallets that someone doesn't want anymore. Interesting that they've got disability ramps around the back in the sand, which feels like a cruel joke for anyone who's stuck in a wheelchair, because everyone knows it's a good time to try and roll a wheelchair through sand. Especially when you consider this goes straight in the front door. All they need to do is not use pallets as flooring. Like, heavily advocate for accessibility, but you're doing it wrong. There's also something a little displeasing / embarrassing when someone rolls up in a wheelchair and you go, oh hey, if you want to come inside, you're gonna need to go around back into the loading bay. And you're just like, oh, okay, I guess I will separate from my party, go around your building down the dark alley to reach the loading bay. Cool, man. Really feeling welcome on this one. So, fun trick. You can infinitely fill bags. As long as with these bags, I grab the other bag before I fill up the second bag. I can put one bag inside the other one, I believe, indefinitely. Ah, crap. Nope, I'm wrong. It seems to remember how much you put in when you hit a second bag's worth. Sorts it out. So if I remember correctly, we can ditch the bags in these. So I think I got all the trash on the outside. There's also the roof. Sir, you've got weeds growing in your roof? That is definitely leaning into the you might have to have your roof work done. Okay, so I don't actually have to go up farther than that. Oh, there's one more piece of trash up here somewhere? Ah, there you are. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think you're gonna need a little bit more than me getting out my squeegee and giving it a once-over for this roof to be back in shape. For a plant to have managed to develop any type of survivable root system on your roof, you're at a minimum going to be doing some type of research. Oh yeah, the keys. Yeah, here, we're about to have the ad break. We're going to have to step away for a minute to... Actually, I'm lying. Just snooze all that here for a minute, because Tomb's not going to be home yet. Thank you for the reminder. I've got keys for Farming Simulator 25 and Tinkerlands I'm going to be giving out. So if you would like Farming Simulator 25 with the Plains and Prairies, Plains and Prairies DLC, or Tinkerlands, you can do ! Join. You don't need to be following, you don't need to be subscribed, nothing like that. All you do need to have is that if you have your name drawn, you just gotta respond being like, hey, I want Farm Sim, or, you know, Tinkerlands, or whatever. You just basically gotta respond. But it's ! Join to get put into that drawing. Because I think I have 3 keys for Farm Sim 25 left to give out, and then 5 keys for Tinkerlands. Could be wrong in those numbers, but somewhere in that ballpark. So we're making a nice little outdoor area. Okay. And with that, that's the flooring done, so you can go ahead, clean all that up. That's an interesting idea for, like, this map where, the whole idea is that they bought these buildings that are all, like, attached as a family and did that. You don't see that kind of stuff very often. You need to not be crowding up that much on the umbrella. So you got tables you're supposed to have next to you. Nice beach out how much you're buying. Sadly, it's a pizzeria. And it was like mostly restaurants, if I remember correctly. Just living in Florida, I wouldn't want to be this close to the ocean. I understand it's a very desirable thing for a lot of people. But for me, all I do is I look at this situation and go, man, that's one hurricane away from not having a property anymore. Like, it's lovely, but having lived in hurricane areas my whole life, it's like, you want to live on the shore? Nope. No, I do not. I understand the desirability about it, but nope. I will take my short trek to the beach as opposed to living practically on it. I also don't go to the beach enough for that really to be super relevant to me. Okay, so we got some loungers. Okay, the roof's all done. This is probably the pizzeria. Marathon runner, cover a distance of 42 kilometers. Alright, fair enough. You want me to sell the awning? The windows. It says a door, but not the door I was thinking. Got another weed out here somewhere. Where is this other supposed door? And that's a different property. Where's the other door? Because it wasn't the door in the front. Never mind, it is. I just didn't highlight it right or something. Okay. Alright. So we've got all that to do. We need to put down some clay brick. And we need to do some grayscale paint. All right. I also appreciate that they make it so you can kind of just lock it into an area. So you don't have that thing where it's like, oh, I accidentally slightly mix-clicked. Well, now I need to go get my other materials and get more like tile or whatever. Clean it up. Like, it's not the end of the world with all that. Can't really see what I'm doing up there. But it does make life easier. Okay. Yep, so we are doing a giveaway, and we don't have that many people entering, so the giveaway is for Farming Simulator 25 with the Plains and Prairies DLC, which is their latest one. As well as you can get that or Tinkerlands. So that is an or. I happen to have keys for both. And we got those through Daredrop, and so I'm just trying to give them out. And they are Steam keys, for the record. Okay, so we got all that painted. You want a sliding glass door here and over here. I can't put that one there yet because there's a wall in the way. I can apparently put the windows in despite the wall being in the way, but that's fine. Okay, and we got you for big windows. Got another one of those to go in somewhere. Right here. Alright, I got a bunch more stuff to put out here, which is interesting. Because where the heck does I want to put... It bothers me more than it should that literally this like deck is just pallets. Just a bunch of pallets. Alright, good way to set that either. There, I hate it. Anyways, we can go ahead and do this. So, got some lights to set up. Let's put these by the doors. Yeah, so the other door's gonna be there, if I'm not mistaken. So I can put you here. Not quite right. So then the other door goes there. We could sell you. Alright. So, I guess I'm putting a bunch of stuff outside here. Which is going to feel super crowded in the front, but that's whatever, I guess. Supposed to put 4 tables out here. Because there isn't room around back, really, I don't think. Yeah, there's no way to put anything back there. Okay, I mean, I could put in the sand, but... like, this style I could see just having, like, seating in the sand. Is this whole area considered one space? No, it's a whole different space. Man, really? Because upstairs is a whole other thing. And I need to get all these... I mean, they're going to have to go in the sand. That's just the way it's going to be. That's the only way I'm fitting everything. I understand the amount of seating you get into a restaurant is a very important statistic. That very genuinely capacity is one of your big limiters as a restaurant, that if you just don't have enough capacity, you know, it's really hard to be successful. But, at the same time, making your people sit in, like, ordinary... I mean, I guess I have a huge area over here. It's still sitting in the sand, kind of around the corner from the place, which... I don't know. To me, this is like... would be very annoying to sit like a regular old table with regular old chairs in the sand where they want to sink in and everything. Like, it's like the really big, broad PVC furniture that sits on the sand better. Maybe. But you weirdly, awkwardly feel like you're kicked out of the building and like, no, you go stay in the alley. We don't want you normies around our business. Okay. Okay, we can get you in here. Yep, so these are people who want to go look out the ocean. I need to get 14 chairs in here. So that's 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Put some plants out front. Have one umbrella. Okay, and then the door itself I can't do till we get this wall out of the way. Alright. So in just a couple minutes, we're going to go ahead and draw to see who wins. And like I said, for the drawing for Farm Sim 25 or Tinkerlands, whatever your preference is, the only thing you're going to have to do is you're just going to have to respond with which game you'd like if your name is drawn. So, you know, that's mostly one to make sure you actually want it, because a lot of people would sit there and do the exclamation mark join. And then I go and I give out the thing like, oh, I didn't actually want that. Not a lot of things. It's happened once. And it was definitely one of those things that when it happened is like, well, this is really awkward. I just realized I needed those windows. It's fine. So we've got some type of rack, some type of things on the wall. Let's get those windows back where they need to be, because I accidentally sold the windows I needed. The kind of things you do in video games that isn't a concern in real life. Because in real life, it takes more than like an impulse, 2 seconds to be like, oh yeah, we're going to sell this, we're going to rip this window out of the wall. Okay, so let me go ahead and pick up this last little bit of trash. Alright, so let's do that giveaway. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to draw the name. And that's going to Apple Lords. So you just got to let me know, do you want Farming Simulator 25 with the Prayers DLC or Tinkerlands? Either or. And I can get you that key DM'd here on Twitch. And just give me a second. But just got to let me know that you want it. And if you do that, I'll get it sent to your way, and we'll get all that. Meanwhile, I need to actually get the thing up, so I can get those keys real fast. But I just need you to respond, is all we gotta do. Okay. And my only other ask is, like, nobody, what's the word I'm looking for? Nobody gray market the keys. For those, like, basically don't resell the key. Only ask for the key if you actually want it. Not saying that you're gonna do that, Apple Lords. Just putting it out there. Alright, so let me go ahead and pop in here. I do see your response. So let me go to you. Whisper. And Farming Simulator 25. And that should be the key. Make sure I got the right person and the right key. Da-da-da-da-da. That all appears to be correct. So there's the Farming Sim 25 key. And then if you bear with me for just a second, let me grab you the Plains and Prairies DLC, because it's a separate key. Plains and Prairies. And again, double check. That's the right key. Sending it to the right person. And there you go. And mark that key as used. And that's good. So let me go ahead and minimize that out of the way. Get this out of the way. And you should be good to go. So congratulations on your key. I'm going to go ahead and close the queue now. And about halfway through stream, we'll pop open the queue again, so in a couple little hours here. With that said, we are getting about to... about now, I'm going to be taking a quick break here. My wife has gone home, just running downstairs to welcome her home, quickly throw something in the oven and all that. It is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes. I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back. We'll get back to some House Flipper, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. Oh, good. Paperwork. Oh, not good. A wall of zombies. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. That's fine. Solving the problem, chat. Solving the problem. What is this magic? We're just delivering a truck that drives really badly. I'm off by that.
Now that's the right idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Done. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No, no, no. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those fire kills zip line seems. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. Hey. Well, that's just mean. Keep the threat on one side of me. This is not good. All right. Sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're all like, that's the whole scary thing. Like, a whole bunch of people, when I first did the rally point like that, they're like, but wouldn't rallying make it, like, when having no rally, wouldn't that make it way easier? That's one of the things that irks me is, like, I do try and keep right, but, like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them and it's just, no, don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Okay, and I'm back. We're giving out keys for Farm Sim 25 and Tinkerlands. Tinkerlands is like a top-down, sort of a Terraria game, just different camera angle. Early access on Tinkerlands versus Farm Sim, you know, that's a fully released game. Yeah, let's start by just selling stuff. Okay, but anyways, we're back. And just pick it up where we left off. It's interesting, you're only selling a few these shelves. I'm also a little curious. So there's gonna be a pizza place. And this is not a whole lot of room for... Not unless we're bisecting this area to make the kitchen. Alright. It's very genuine. It's not a big place for this. There we go. Alright. So I'm curious how this all goes. There's one more unit of trash in here somewhere. There you are. Okay, I'll deal with that in a moment. That looks like it's fine. Okay, so all of these are now to cleaning. We have a sledgehammer. Ah, are we opening this up? Oh, I'm making a little window there. Okay. Little tiny window. Okay, well, let's get to cleaning the floors. All right. Okay, so you still got a bunch of stains to deal with. Okay, so the stains, because it looked like this place used to be a photo gallery, from what it looks like. All right. He's really clean from top to bottom. Yeah, and that's with a lot of these games that are like, you know, job simulator style games. There's so much stuff that like in real life you've got to do a certain way, or it's just not good. Whereas video games, you can kind of hand wave away. All right, so we're considering this area to be one room, and then this to be another room. We'll start with this little tiny room here. I'm assuming this is going to just be a bathroom. So you can go here. So you want ceramic tile or whatever. One of the things I've learned is it doesn't actually differentiate stuff. So you can kind of choose how you want to approach it. It'll just be like, use these vague tile colors or whatever. Okay. But I am going to go ahead and do both the tile colors just because I can. It's those games like, honestly, money's not that big a deal. You just play the game, money happens. Okay, oh, one spot there. And one there. Cool, so that's done. Alright, so you want to put a toilet in here and a whole bunch of things. So we got the toilet cleaning stuff. Little toilet paper hanging thing. We'll have the sink over here. Nice and claustrophobic bathroom. Cabinet over there. Oh, that's a baby changing station. Toss the towel there. Yeah, well, this is the thing that was weird. So, looking at this building, you've got this weird thing where they use pallets to go to the front door, which still bothers me so much. It's like, no, like, if you're gonna do this, put something here. Or, it can be wood, but, like, make it actual decking. Versus these are literally pallets. You pick them up, they're pallets. So it's a more expensive thing than if you just straight up built a wood deck. Or, you know, put down a concrete ramp. But the weird thing is, they actually have a disability ramp here. Well, I mean, it's like you can use it for disability, or you can use it for taking, like, if you take a push cart up. But it's on the back of the building. Because there's not a place to deliver, really, from the back here. It's sand. You're not driving your delivery truck. Like, there's no gap between the buildings for this. You're going to be driving through the sand. So it's just a weird thing that this would be such an easy property to make very accessible. Like, obviously, there's this curb here, which is the whole thing. But you could literally just put down, like, wood decking that's, like, actual decking to this front door, or just a concrete path, like a sidewalk or anything, and have it go straight on in here, and you'd be good. Because, you know, that's got a little bit of ramp. Yeah, technically you'd want a little bit better than that, but that would be fine for a wheelchair. But the alternative is being like, yo, go around back through the sand and go up these, like, little ramp things. And so it's just such a weird thing. I'm mostly bothered about the idea of using pallets as, like, a walkway. It's bothering me more than it should, very genuinely. But it's definitely one you're like, but why would you do that? Let's see, pallets, plywood, and outdoor carpeting. You saw it on the beach a bunch of places when you lived in Florida. I actually live in Florida. In Central Florida. Like, don't get me wrong, you see, like, a lot of, you know, PVC furniture and that kind of stuff out at beach areas, which makes sense. Because sitting in the humidity all the time, a lot of stuff gets ruined very easily. Pensacola? Gotcha. And the PVC furniture is also relatively cheap. Like, it could just be where I'm at, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone use pallets as walkways. Sandstone color floor. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Because pallets are expensive. Good pallets are really, really expensive. People grossly underestimate the cost of a good pallet. That's my thought here, is all these pallets here, just making something longer term is cheaper. Each one of these pallets will run you over $100. Easy. Probably close to $300-400 each. Alright, so you got the pizza oven. I physically can't move with it there. Yeah, no, I'm not supposed to sell these shelves. This is a claustrophobic kitchen. You know what, that's probably... Well, no, because it's got the window here. That's what's throwing me off, is they had me clear a window so you could pass stuff through there? Alright, so we got a store counter. Maybe this is supposed to be where the dishwasher is, but why would you have the pass-through window? It's whatever. Because normally you want to have, like, the pizza oven in view of the customers. People like seeing that. Whereas dishwasher, that usually you tuck out of the way because seeing a bunch of dirty dishes is definitely not one of those things that gets people all excited. And then a commercial fridge depends on what you're storing in it. Like, if you're storing a bunch of your sodas or whatever, commercial fridges can be a thing that people want to see. You know, all that stuff. If it's like your pizza dough or whatever, sometimes people get weird about that. Okay, we'll have that. Let's rearrange this. Okay, so that way they can pass through, like, the dirty dishes right here, and that's the 2 dishwashers. And then our sink, so it's like the dishwashing space. Oh no, you've got a stovetop here too. I see. Okay, so this is like a little kitchen for appetizers or coffees or whatever, like all that could be back here. There's no room for anything back here though. Do we have more counters coming in? We got work tables. No. We can get the cash register here. They put the coffee maker here as well. There's nowhere to pass through any of your goods. So clearly it's meant to go on one of these shelves here. Makes that window utterly useless. Okay, that's fine. We'll put a trash can. Tuck it by the register. Move you to be more centered. Okay, we got our pizza spatula and all that. Alright. So I need 3 tables. Maybe it's not to pass it through, so maybe it's so the customers can see the pizza getting made. Yeah, so the problem with it, though, is when I tried to put the pizza oven in here, it didn't really fit this direction. So it's just kind of a head-scratcher for a space. Because looking at the side of the pizza oven doesn't mean as much, but that's fine. It's whatever. I'm putting too much thought into it, and it probably doesn't matter. I should see what's actually in these before we go too far. Okay, so we got art, art, art. And then the menu. Alright, thing of the follow. Welcome to the stream. That way we've got ourselves the menu right by the door. So you can see your menu before you go in. There we go. We got 10 chairs to put around here. That is a fancy pie going on there. Looks like we've got jalapenos. That looks more like salami than pepperoni. Green peppers. Not entirely sure what that's supposed to be. Tomato, onion, black olives. Yeah, the green wedges there, I'm not sure what are supposed to be. Because those don't look like green peppers. Those look like some type of fruit, like kiwi, but... Is the sauce on top? I mean, that just depends where you're at. But yeah, no, it does not look like a heavy cheese, like the pizza's got a lot of cheese on it. But there's a lot of different types of pizzas out there. So we'll have the olive oil within our supply room. Oh, we have even more shelving. Okay. That way all the workers can stare at the clock at the exit to know when they can be free. Sure, why not? Okay, and then we have one plant for inside. Okay. Alright, so we've got our pizzeria done. Of questionable design. If we slide this a little bit over, this actually could make a little bit of sense. We're just playing plate up here. Okay. Yeah, we're just playing plate up here where the person's back here making the coffee, making whatever, you know, bread knots, that kind of stuff, washing their hands, and then just kind of dipping it through the window. You wouldn't want to do this in real life because you don't want to reach over your hot oven. But, you know, you could stage stuff there, and then the people making the pizza could just toss some pizza there, toss the next pizza here. Whatever they do, whether they sell it by the slice or not. We could probably check that. Do you sell by the slice? What are your prices? I don't know what units those are in, but if those are in dollars or euros, that's definitely not by the slice. Actually, we can read it. Yeah, at those prices, probably talking whole pies. Okay, so you're back to the next place. The clock face and permanent, you've had those jobs? Uh-huh. A lot of service jobs feel like that, where you're just, the clock is right there, and the whole time you're just like, look, man, there's only 2 hours left of the day, we just gotta hang out just a little longer, we're almost there. Okay, so let's start with the finishing. You want ceramic tiles. But yeah, no, I've 100% gone to clock watching mode many times in my life. Where you're just over the day, but you can't leave yet. Oh, an ice cream display stand? Outside? Wait, okay. Okay, so this is the second space. Alright, so we're selling ice cream outside in the front. Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Long as that cabinet's good to keep things cold. If you're standing out here and it's a hot summer day, and you walk by and you got a nice little thing of gelato right there, that is money. Okay, so you're gonna get 2 tables out here in the sand. Gonna face them towards the ocean, because that's what they're here to see. Toss an umbrella up there. And you have a stool. I'm assuming the stool is for the poor worker. At least they're giving the worker a stool. I should at least give them that credit. I remember it was a whole big thing about a lot of companies for a while being like, no, we don't want our employees sitting. We don't want lazy employees. Like, come on, man. Does it really change something that they're sitting? Or is that just because you're kind of exercising your will over someone who's just got to deal with it? This is clearly a bookstore. I may have misread what the store is. It definitely sold books, but it's definitely got anime and all that going on as well. Little gaming store? Yeah, something like that. Collectible store, maybe. Something in that, you know, general ballpark. Okay, there's 3 more things to sell. There we go. It's probably buried in the trash, whatever it is I'm supposed to sell. Oh, the door? Oh, this door. We sell this door, and we sell... Ah, when I opened it up, it made them considered one room, as far as my task. That's cool. I didn't even notice that did that before. Alright, so we have the opening up this area. I appreciate during missions, they don't let you just demo the wrong walls. Okay, so we got those all knocked out. Let's see here. So we got a bunch of trash to pick up. Why are you not disappearing in the trash can now? There you go. Ron's saying clearly is lazy. Yeah, no, I greatly dislike that mentality. Especially when you're working. So I used to work retail way back. It's especially one of those things that we would have the holiday season would come up and they'd extend our store hours. And the thing was, they didn't even let the customers know about it, and the customers weren't used to it, so you'd hit, like, kind of the end of the day normal hours, and the number of customers showing up would just bottom out to pretty close to nothing. And then you're not supposed to, like, sit down or whatever, and you're like, why am I still standing? There's nobody here. What is the point? But it's always a whole big thing. Like, don't get me wrong, most of the time there's something else to be working on. Like, most of the time there's stuff to go in the warehouse to bring out to the floor and that kind of thing. And that's fair and valid. That's like, hey, if you know, if you're going to be sitting down, you could be doing this productive thing. But the reality was, during, like, the holiday season and all that kind of stuff, people just didn't know it was there, so you get everything in from the warehouse. And, oh, that's weird. So you get everything in for the warehouse and all that because you just had so much dead time. And they'd be like, what do you want me to work on? And they'd be like, well, we're not paying you to stand around. It's like, that's cool, but there's no customers, and my job is to help the customers. It sounds to me like the problem was the planning. Okay. There was a lot of good things about that job, but there was definitely decisions that really weren't thought through. And I think that was just more a matter of the fact that it was a big like very corporate company thing, and these are all like decisions coming from the entire corporate organization kind of thing. And so what might have made sense in another location just didn't make sense where we were, because we were in a fairly small town. So it got to the evenings, people weren't out and doing that kind of stuff. It's still that way? Not with the company I'm talking about, because the company I'm talking about basically is all but gone. Yeah, no, I know that still happens. Like, that's one of the inefficiencies of working large business like corporation and all that. Because they make decisions based on whatever. And when you're making those broad decisions at the higher level scale, you know, what is good for a very densely populated area isn't necessarily the same for what's good at working in a more rural, sleepy community kind of thing where, you know, 9 o'clock rolls around and everything gets quiet because, you know, the average age is something like 65 or so. So like everyone's to bed. Or even East Coast versus West Coast. Generally speaking, on the average, people in the East Coast tend to be up later versus West Coast tends to go to bed earlier. And a big part of that is just, regardless of time zones, you know, shows would play at certain times and different things happen at certain times. That generally, for people on the East Coast to enjoy a lot of those things, we got to stay up later for things going out on the West Coast. And for the West Coast, you know, they don't stay up for the things on the East Coast because that happens earlier their time. There's also differences in how far north and south you are, makes a difference too. I don't like that color scheme. Oh, good. Are we gonna put like... Okay, that's a little bit better. Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, that's better than that blue and like the olive together. Or whatever that color's supposed to be. Okay. Alright, I feel like mixing up just because we can. Because those are those things that doesn't matter that much.
Thank you, wifey. I think I should have cooked more fettuccine.
That's okay. I love you. The classic of always trying to guess how much pasta to cook. Challenge level impossible. Yeah, wallpaper on the bottom, tile on the top. This feels entirely wrong. I'm not changing it. Because the whole advantage of the tile is it's easy to clean, so, you know, when you scuff it and you get, you know, spill liquids on it, all that, you can just get out get out some, like, damp cloth or whatever and wipe it down. Nope. That looks weird. Not gonna lie. That looks properly weird. Did I miss a spot? What are you... Ah, well, boo. Okay, now we're good. Really a Karen-esque design choice? No, we don't have live, love, laugh on any of the walls. You can't convince me without that. Hot steam rising getting top of the wet. That's why it's tile. Counter argument: when it condenses on the wall, it'll come back down. It's fine. I don't actually care. You have the live, love, laugh in your heart. Hey, don't say that. I didn't do anything to hurt you as far as I'm aware. Why do you need 2 doors into whatever this tiny space is? Okay, we got a refrigerated display. Refrigerated corner display. Okay, I think I see where this is going. That's going to be like an office, and then it's going to be enclosed so you can only get into the display area through the office area. So that's your way of keeping the customers out. We need another refrigerated display. We have the store counter. Need a couple of cabinets. Alright, we should probably put the commercial fridge back over there. I need to put an espresso machine on here. There's the cash register. Okay. Bottle of strawberry syrup. Sorry, raspberry syrup. I like where it says bottle soft drink and you choose it and it's water. We've got a blender here. Are there no controls on this blender? Okay, so we just kind of shove the thing on there and it has the speed of go. Alright, I guess. We got serving bowls, platters. Okay, so I've got one table to be out in this area. Don't forget good vibes only, fake neon sign. Absolutely. An old school cash register, no card terminal. That defaults to 22%. I wish you could read that. That describes most of the blenders you've used. That's interesting. Now, granted, I've not really used much in the way of like a commercial blender, like at any point. So maybe that's just the way commercial blenders are. But like all the residential blenders I've had, even like the really, really budget ones. Like the really, really budget ones. Usually it'd be like, you know, do you want it to be on mince or puree or whatever? Like that kind of settings. Alright, a little snug, but that's okay. Yeah, we can move you over here. Make this slightly less claustrophobic. Let's install coffee tables that are nearly impossible to actually balance coffee on. Exactly. It's the passive-aggressively way of saying, look, buy your coffee and get out. You're here to make a purchase and then leave. Okay, so rest of this is decor. Alright. So let's grab these here. Put one over this table. One over that table. Make them the same height. One in the middle here. That's fine. You want a weird steering wheel for reasons. Here's some lights so you can slowly melt your ice cream by putting them directly under a lamp. Oh, it's off center and I hate it a lot. Because the front is centered, the fan is centered, but then the hallway in the back is not centered. So you need hanging garland. Cool. We have an ore. We have a bunch of ores. Ceiling light for the staff. Bunch of these little planters. There we go. That'll have to do with those things where they're at. Meanwhile, where the heck am I putting the last one? I guess over here? Should not be a good place for it in real life, because this poor plant would get no sunlight. There we go. Good enough. Okay. So the main room here is all sorted out. Then we got this room, which I'm assuming will just be like a little, yeah, little place for them to like wash their hands, all that stuff. Keep some supplies in stock. Okay, so we've got some paint to do. Alright, maybe after one of these contracts we'll just do one of our own houses where I don't have like all the different steps. So we can actually make it what we want to make it. Oh, boo. I'm gonna have to go through and move all that stuff. It's fine. Hey, I managed to get it all. Cool. So this room's done. Washing hands? Oh, well, this is a fancy place? I know, right? Have they ever been to the Florida beach? You're lucky if the dishes are clean. There's definitely places that you get to some of like the really beachy towns, if you're not talking like the ritzier places, that you definitely get there and be like, just don't look very closely at the dishware. You will be displeased with what you find. And I realized there's the other tile that probably looked better at it. But I already bought this. Okay, so we can get our toilet. We'll have our sink over here, I guess. Deal with you in a second. Light switch should be along the side of the door. And our baby changing station. I do appreciate that it seems like all of the businesses in this area are like, look, baby changing station. Oh, hey, here's something that the other bathroom didn't have. I appreciate this being here. Disability thing for where you have someone who, you know, would have to transfer from a wheelchair over to the toilet. So, you know, you'd take your wheelchair in here, and granted, that'd be hard enough to do as is. You go to use the toilet. You have this where you can keep that up. But if you need the help, you'd go down there, lower it. That gives you something to brace on. So you can lower yourself onto toilets. That's good. Good on the gelato place, ice cream place, whatever the heck it is they serve here. And having that. Because that's a really easy thing to do. Oh, it's too close to the toilet? It needs to be over more? That makes sense. It's around here, maybe? I mean, it's too close on this side because they're shoving everything in this tiny little bathroom. Like, that's gonna be... This cabinet here will be claiming many a kneecap. Many knees will die to that cabinet. Good idea until you don't anchor it to a stud. Yeah, I mean, you can install it wrong. You're not wrong. Or just don't don't use nearly long enough screws or stuff like that. We're definitely hitting some of these, like, end-game, really involved contracts. Where, like, when you start, it's like, literally you just go to, like, a single bedroom and pick up a handful of pieces of furniture. Oh, it's up there. Here, 1 second. Let's get these awnings out of the way. They're clearly going away. The busted-out windows can go away. The door's gone. That individual weed's gone. Okay. So, red paint. According to it, it's red paint. I don't know what their definition of red is. But I have a different color I call that. Like that depending on how specific you want to get, that's like orange to tangerine or something like that would be that color. It's definitely not in the red spectrum. Devs may have been colorblind. Even if they are, you'd still have someone be like, hey, what color is this? Oh yeah, that's orange. Oh, okay. It'd be really hard to develop a game like this if you were actually colorblind. Not saying it can't be done, but it'd definitely be a hard one. Okay, so now I got our door. Sometimes you don't know you're colorblind until you're at least 20 or 30. Yeah, no, that's, we've had that conversation before that, like, growing up, you know, sounds like, how could you not tell? But if you're someone, like, for example, you're colorblind and know, like, you don't run into a situation where things are kind of come to a head, face to you, describe to you, whatever you want to use for your language on that, you can be blissfully unaware. But it's also, like, lots of things. Like, the one that comes up is, Are you fighting me on this? We had a family member who basically, they had, was it Huntington's disease? Neurodegenerative disease. But, you know, while they were a kid, I couldn't remember the age because I wasn't there for it. But they ran into the kind of the problem that I don't really know what you're supposed to do with this. That basically, mom was having the kid help out with cooking or whatever, and they're making a big family meal and all that for a bunch of people visiting. And the kid ended up dropping whatever it was that was an important part of the meal, like just dropped on the floor. And, you know, understandably, mom got upset and was like, you need to be more careful, you're better than this kind of thing. And the kid went, well, my hands got numb. You know, and immediately mom's perspective changes, like, what do you mean your hands got numb? And it was just before going to school and all that, didn't have a word for numb, didn't know that was a thing or whatever. Like, it was just, that's the way hands are. You know, and then they found out he had this neurodegenerative, well, he's not dead, has this neurodegenerative disease, so one of the symptoms are your hands go numb, which means you're, of course, going to drop whatever you're carrying because you lose feeling. But, you know, the kid had been around for a good, like, I wish I knew what the age was. It was like 6 or 8 or 10 years old or something like that. And it's like, it just went that long. It's like, they were aware that they had this thing happen. It's just, that was just normal. That's just what hands do. The same reason robins are called red in English. They're described before the word orange was invented. Yeah, my brain went to cardinals. I was like, wait, those are red. I was like, no, cardinals are super red. Robins aren't. Yeah, that's actually, the color, the color blue is a fairly new thing. Okay, the radio, and then there's a cloth. That historically they didn't have a separate color for the color blue. Most of the time, things that we would call blue, they would call green. And there was some that would be like brown or whatever. So, you know, like, where we might describe the ocean as, you know, crystal blue or whatever, they would call that green. Whereas, you know, areas of the ocean where you'd be like, oh, that's a really deep blue, they might call it brown or whatever. And then eventually, you know, people decide to start calling it blue. So it is a fascinating thing. Because he found in university, he found out he was colorblind. When he went into an internship interview during the 3rd year of failed to calculate resistor value. Ah, I could see that. Because, yeah, no, it's like, because when you look at a lot of things, so I'm curious, because normally, so the most common type of color blindness is red-green color blindness, which is interesting as well, because it is one of the few conditions that is very predominantly one gender over the other. Men, you are far, 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 far more likely to be red-green colorblind than women. And it's because it's attached to, I believe, was the X chromosome. And so we get one chance to get it right, where we have to have, like, our X chromosome have the thing to not be red-green colorblind, where for women you get 2 chances. So both of them have to have the red-green color blindness for you to be red-green colorblind. So it is tremendously one-sided on that regard. Whereas most of the other color blindness doesn't really have any significant difference. The other one was, what was it? Orange and blue, I think, was the other color. The other because there's three different sets of colors you could have color blindness for. Red, green, which is like, when we're talking color blindness, 95% of the time. It's the vast majority. I believe it was orange, blue color blindness. I want to say was one of the other ones. Is it orange, blue, or orange and purple? I can't remember which. I want to say it was orange and blue, but purple is also affected because purple is effectively a combination of blue and red. But, I don't remember what the last one was, because it's very, very rare. And then for true color blindness, like actually being colorblind of all color, monochromatic, that is so rare to the point, in the entire planet, you usually have lower single-digit number of people with it. Like, it is one of the rarest conditions there are that we have. Okay, we can go down here to our stuff there. The Slavic language have a light blue and a dark blue as completely different colors. Russians are shown to have studies that identified the differences between light blue and dark blue in a site way more quickly than Western. That makes sense. Like, In Hawaii, they have a extremely large number of words for wind, to such a degree that where we would just say like, oh, it's a wind that's blowing from like that direction or whatever, they would actually have different words for like whether the wind's moving up or if it's coming down or going across or if it's got like a whole range of different traits that I don't even begin to know about. And it's because they actually have nuances to all the winds that just, again, for the vast majority of people outside of Hawaii, you know, it's just not a thing that we focus on, so we don't get that nuance. For other cool things that, like, and literally it'll change the way you interpret the world when you have words for stuff. There is a culture, and I don't remember where it was. It's one of these, you know, isolated indigenous cultures. But from what I recall, they didn't have, you know, like, a left or right kind of thing. They didn't have, like, relative position as things they had words for. They did have cardinal directions, like north, south, east, west, that whole thing. And so, in their language, you wouldn't say something like, oh, yeah, it's to the left of the cabinet. They would be like, oh no, it's to the north of the cabinet. But one of the fascinating things about it is they found you could put them in a space where they would have, like, no, you couldn't, like, look at the sun or the moon or anything else. You know, change the direction of space, whatever. So basically, for where they're at, they would have no way of knowing realistically which way north, south, east, and west were from, like, any type of tells. Like, they couldn't just remember when they entered the building, they entered from the north or anything like that. But even with that, they had basically become so sensitive. Why? Oh, it's trying to have me clean the last space. They become so sensitive to, like, what direction north, south, east, and west were because of just, you know, how much it mattered in their language, that they were able to tell cardinal directions basically just from feel. Because we do actually have a certain amount of ability to sense electromagnetism as people. It's just normally not a muscle you use a lot. So you can effectively just kind of intrinsically know which way north, south, east, and west are. It's just none of us often use that enough to have that ability to just, like, stop and, like, be like, oh yeah, north's that way. It also probably matters where you are on the globe, because different areas of the globe you'd be having more or less electromagnetic experience. But yeah, it was just a cool thing that they could be like, oh yeah, north's that way. Granted, they would use their own word for it, which I don't know because I don't speak their language. But it's just kind of a fascinating thing that because of how important those words are, they were far more capable, because there would be an advantage to knowing those more intrinsically. But yeah, with, like, blue and green and all that, I imagine if we went back, and even if you told people there were the different colors and showed them the difference, if you took someone who had blue and green around for their whole life versus someone who it's a newly introduced concept, it'd be much more harder for them to distinguish. Let's see, in French you close off the lights? Oh, interesting. Yeah, there's always the fun things with languages like that too. There's a lot of interesting things that you'll have as just, like, common nomenclatures in different cultures that when you look at it and you go, hang on, wait a second, why does that mean that? Like, I don't have a problem that it means that. It's just like, why would we use these words to represent this thing? And sometimes, like, some of the stories you can stop and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, it doesn't make sense by modern standards, but, like, you know, when you think about where the process came from, you're like, okay, that was, you know, the older technology, candles, you know, you would light the candle or whatever, or you'd douse the candle or whatever. you know, versus, you know, lights nowadays, those words wouldn't make sense. Because you don't light a light bulb in the sense of, like, ignition. Okay, so I need to get another bucket of paint. I was trying to think of an example off the top of my head, but of course I can't in the moment. Yeah, a lot of idioms and all that can suffer from that, where they just don't really make sense if you stop and think about them. But, you know, they're just common phrases, common sayings, so it's just something that, like, you know what it means by basically context and the fact that people use it a lot. But if you stopped and thought about it, you'd just kind of scratch your head and be like, what? Which is one of the things that becomes a really big difficulty when you're translating stuff. It's one of the reasons why, generally speaking, if you're dealing with a multicultural audience, you know, area audience, you want to be very careful about using idioms. Because you might be like, oh, you gotta grab the bull by the horns, and someone's gonna be like, why would you grab a bull by the horns? That sounds terrible. Why would you do that? That's how you get gored. You'd be like, no, it's just a phrase. It means you just gotta be assertive. You just gotta go for it. And you're like, no, but really, this is a bad idea. Yeah, no, I could see exactly like Luxray is saying. I could see someone here is like, you gotta grab the bull by the horns and be like, are you calling me an idiot? Because that's a thing an idiot would do. Like, no, it's a saying. No, I feel like you're calling me an idiot. Alright. Now let's move that light switch, because that's not a place for it. So we got a light switch by this door. Now put over by this door. I mean, really, you wouldn't put the light switch here either. You'd put it over there. And part of the reason you do that is you're going to enter or exit the building, turning the lights on or off on the way in or out. You're probably not going from the room inside your building and doing the light switch there, not unless we add another light switch. So I'll add our door here. Move this light switch. Be closer to the door. Okay, so this is a bike shop from the looks of it. Or like a summer shop. It looks like it might be some kind of like rental place. Just judging by what we got here. Because they got a bunch of bicycles. They got a bunch of like sand pails or whatever. Put a commercial fridge back there. This game doesn't have three-way switches? I don't believe it does. I can't do it right... Actually, can I do it right now? So we can actually wire up the light switches. So like this light switch will control all those things. Actually, I think you could do three-way switches. Interestingly enough, those don't seem to be doing anything. That's fine. Oh, I need to do marble floor. I know where it was when it ran out. Glad I noticed that before we got to doing everything in here. Yeah, because I think there's only been one map I did a bunch of electrical. Which I think was we got the two-car garage house that we used as, like, our headquarters for a while. I remember I took time to mess with a lot of electrical on that one. to achieve what I wanted with it. And then we got our family home that our parents gave us. And I took one look at it, and it's like we're bulldozing this whole house. Because this is a disaster that no one should be subjected to. Like, it had stairwells that made no sense and everything. It's like, what is this? Like, there's no making this nice. It's unsalvageable. Alright, so we've got some shop counters. Now, how's that coming? Yeah, no, whatever. Either our parents bought it and it was an awful house, or they made it an awful house. And if they bought it as an awful house, you know what? Fair enough. Like, don't get me wrong. Sometimes you buy stuff that could certainly be improved just because, you know, it's in your price bracket or whatever. But other times you have people who's like, I have a great idea. And it's really not. It's just, there's no real other way to put it. It's just really not a great idea. Okay, so we've got some bicycles. These are not good bikes for the beach. They wouldn't be the worst. They're like mountain bikes. Beach bikes, you want a really fat tire. Like a really, really fat tire for riding on the sand. Beach Cruiser is its own kind of bike. Okay, so we've got a mirror we can put over there. Got some scooters. Got some rackets. Oh, I need so many shelves. Oh, I can put those on there. Okay, that makes way more sense. I was there looking at this being like, how many shelves do you want me to put in here? So you want me to put 15 more shelves. Okay, so we've got our shelves. There's some blankets. There's some coolers. All right, hang on. Put the giant world map there. Grab you. Get the rackets on the shelf. Put the umbrella stand there. Okay, you can put the sand pails down here. Oh, you need one more. Watering cans. Frisbees over here. volleyballs. What have I done? Good enough for me. Some skateboards. Yoga mats. We've got a surfboard. The only thing that bothers me is it should be turned around so that the fins are not embedding themselves into the wall. I don't seem to have... Can I do that? 1 second. Yeah, and I can't seem to position it a different way. It's fine. Let's see what else we got. Got a volleyball. Got some inflatable tubes. Okay. Then we got all the inflatable tubes. We got a little toy here for the little ones to ride on. Okay, so we're getting down to the tail end of things here. Get your little trucks. Get these. Get your shovels. We can go over here and have our coffee cups. Have our coffee mugs. More coffee cups. Yeah, so those don't go on the wall. Okay, here we go. Alright. So these are gonna be tricky to figure out how to put on a shelf here. Okay, do I need this shelf? Yes, I'm required to have that shelf. Alright, let's see here. So I don't need a lot of these. But I need them to go on the shelf. Okay, there's that one. There's that one. Got the backpack down there. There's that one. Oh my god, there's so much more merchandise than I noticed. Sure, we'll put the sun hats here. We need to present these correctly. Yes, you like skateboards? 3 badminton racks? Yes, that's exactly how many you need to play. Yep, certainly we're gonna not need more than that. We'll go ahead and put the umbrellas here. So I needed 3 towels, was it? That's definitely how you should do that. Toy guns. Okay. There's one up there. Alright, let's get some... Oh, we still have another one of these we need. There we go. So we gotta get our stuffed animals. The stuffed froggos are definitely top shelf items. Then gotta get our stuffed lobsters. Toy water boats. Look. You're killing me with all the stuff you want me to store on this. I have one more. Okay. Now I got a bunch of little things. So you have soft drinks. That feels like a real problem you run into. One hundred percent a real situation you run into. There's just not enough room to fit everything. You have to like roll the chair out to get into the fridge. Bottled soft drinks. Bottled water. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Just 100% just absolutely a thing you deal with. Potato chips. How many of each of these do I have to put on here? 2 of those. 2 of these. 3 of these. 3 of these. And 4 of these. Okay, so that's been the most involved single room we've had in the game so far. There's a lot of crap in there. Guess I'm taking down a wall in here? Oh, no, I'm making a door in there. Okay. I gotta move the light switch. And put a bunch of shelves in here. Alright, 1 second. I was like, I didn't notice the the need to paint and all that. I was confused by that. I was like, it's a back room, so maybe. Okay, so let's go here, do this, grab you. Looks like it just wants me to paint the one wall we added. Sheriff clerk that is in the US? Yeah, no, I made the comment earlier when there was the gelato place. And they had like a little stool for the person working the gelato counter, and I was like, you know what? We had the brief thing about like that within the US at least, there's a mentality by a lot of employers, which is thankfully going away gradually, about like, you know, there's this depiction that people sitting is lazy kind of thing, and it's garbage. But fortunately, between stuff like we have what's known as the American Disabilities Act, which has a lot that goes into it, but basically it requires you to give reasonable accommodations for people with disabilities, whether they're your employee, a customer, stuff like that. But luckily with stuff like that starting to really push back on a lot of that, and also having all sorts of other legal requirements for like safety and all that, there's been a great deal of pushback on a lot of that. Oh right, I had 2 of these against this wall, that's what's going on. That it's becoming less and less of a thing where they have the whole thing where it's like, you're just not supposed to sit during the working hours and all that. It's being seen more as being needlessly cruel in a lot of cases. Okay, so we got things to sell. There's the stains. We can go ahead and get the flooring. Thankfully, it's the same. Okay, and sell that. And this is clearly like an employee bathroom. So far of the businesses, the first one has a bathroom that's pretty transparently not meant for customers to go into. You have to go through their that's way too high. You have to go through their, you know, storeroom and everything. There's like no frills about it. It's just toilet, sink, and all that. Ah, perfect. That way we can dent that up. Alright, so this room's done. This room's done. This room's done. You have one thing you want me to buy out here. You want me to buy... I see. Okay, so we're gonna need to go along the back here. I didn't realize that these were being counted as separate spaces. That's fine. I went one higher than they wanted. They are gonna make me fix it. That's fine. Okay. This is definitely a big project. But this might be one of the last, might want to be the last locations on this section of the map. Okay. So we've got that, so we can sell the paint. And I need 2 lights. And then a bicycle service and rental sign. Okay, so what do you have over here? Alright, so same deal. You gotta paint this. But yeah, like I said, luckily it's a thing that... Honestly, there's a lot going into it. One is as, like... You know, the people in charge are changing. We're having people who are not like the old school business mentality. Where again, like, you kind of just boss around your employees because they're kind of beholden to you, that kind of crap. That's kind of going away. You've got more push from, I don't know where I'm supposed to put you. So it's just the one, right? How am I doing this? Because at first I was gonna put it over the window. I guess I can go over the window and the door. It's fine. But as there's been just like the change and everything going on there, it's been getting a lot better for a lot of people. Long way to go. Okay. I do have a weed back here somewhere to sell. There you are. We have some stains to clean. All right. Takes care of the brickwork. Now I got painting to do. Yeah, no, it's been nice, because I remember, like, working retail, and again, you know, you'd have something come up, and you go to say something to, like, one of your coworkers, and your boss would come by. And the boss I had, he was trying to get the point across, like, to not bunch up or whatever. But it's not like we had a department that's big to, like, wander around in or whatever. But he'd always do, like, a gesture like he's throwing a hand grenade in the middle of us, being like, hey, you need to, like, go out or whatever. Because the thing is, you didn't want the staff just sitting there chit-chatting and gossiping with each other when there's potentially customers to take care of. But there's just so many times that there was just no customers present, so it's kind of a moot point. Okay. So I got all these, and I think we're down to the last business over here on the far edge. Okay, those windows are apparently staying. Oh yeah, they mentioned there's gonna be a daycare. This must be the daycare. Okay. Alright, and that'll run out of paint soon. There it goes. And you can finish the job the moment you get like 70% or so. Wait, do I not put a door on this? Really? So I'm just supposed... Okay. There's just one door in and out. We just put a label playroom on there. Okay, sure, why not? Fine, I guess. Meanwhile, let's grab the pallets over here. Maybe I can make this look a little nicer over on this side. Probably not, though. No, I'm just gonna fight with that. Whatever. Okay, so here... Really selling that window. Just the one window. Oh, no, no, no. I keep accidentally doing that. Huh, interesting. Okay. The reason it's saying interesting is there's a spot there we're gonna do, but it doesn't look like I'm putting a door there, I think, from what I was seeing from the buy section, unless I overlooked it, which is very possible. It's gotta be a door, right? Yeah, it's gotta be a door, like a sliding glass door. I must have overlooked it. Okay. Now we can get all this painted. Yeah, it's just generally just a chill time. All right. So you can sell this. And then the assumption is this will be on the bottom. Cool, and we got that down. Yeah, there's the door. Okay, so we got the door. Okay, it's apparently blocked by stuff on the other side, so we'll need to deal with that from the inside, which is fine. We'll put down your weird sidewalk pallet thing here. So we got a rock climb thing here. We got trampoline. Seems like a great idea. You're definitely not going to have any problems with just an old school trampoline hopping out there in a daycare where some kid's clearly going to break their arm. Got a seesaw. Got a slide. Got a set of swings. What are you? A rocking toy. Okay, I get it. You'd sit there and you'd grab the things, you'd lean back and forward and rock it. Okay, so we got all that outside area done. Meanwhile, we got all this to deal with. We still have to sell some stuff here, namely the windows and the doors. Make sure no one can escape. Got stains to clean. I think the one thing missing from this versus like pressure washer cleaner, so far as things that make the game like very satisfying, is if the game gave you like you finished a minor objective, and it gave you that whole little thing where it's like ting. I think it would make it kind of stick a lot more. Like, they do give you, when you finish an entire room, it plays like a little happy sound. But I always felt like that was one of the things that Pressure Washer Cleaner Simulator, whatever it's called, did really well. You just had that very distinct feeling of progress where it's like you'd finish even something inconsequential like a doorknob. And they give this very satisfying like ting, hey look, you made progress. And watching like the actual percentage count go up each and every time you did something. Like the progress really just felt good. Whereas this is fine, like there's nothing wrong with it. But I feel like having that more, you're painting it as that bar would fill up, like you finished that area, it'd make like a little ting sound. Or something of that nature. Give you that little bit of dopamine. Okay. I also, and I mentioned this to Tomb when I went downstairs on my break to talk to her and all that. Oh, I missed a big area. Oh, it's gonna be the whole outside of the other side over here. Or not. What? Oh, there's a trim on the top, I see. But, it was a thing in House Flipper 1 that when you'd buy, like, you go to install a shower, you didn't just kind of go click and it appeared in the right spot, like you just slotted it in. There was a whole thing where you'd actually go in, you'd put down the base, you'd take the little, you'd take the little, the pipe thing to go underneath there, and you'd have to latch it in place and screw it in place there, and then you'd slide the base in, you'd put that in there, and you'd screw the door in. And they had, like, this whole, like, mini-game around it. And, like, don't get me wrong, after you did, you know, 50 showers, you're pretty over it at that stage. But they made it so, like, after a while, you could skip it. And for me personally, I really liked that because, you know, while I've done lots of, you know, home repair, like, my own house, like, work and all that, I haven't gone through and installed, like, a new shower. I just haven't had the need. That's one of the projects we ain't getting in there. So it was, like, it just is very satisfying to, like, kind of see how certain stuff are done and, you know, getting to participate in that is just kind of a cool feeling. But this one, they kind of had it gone entirely. And then later on, they did add, like, a little thing that you could do, like, little kind of one-off mini-games to do the same sort of things. But it just wasn't the same. Oh, you know what? Surprised they're actually not making me mow this grass. Here, we'll put you over here. So you can be the grown-ups who are semi-paying attention to children on the playground. Just kind of chilling off in the corner until you hear a kid, you know, start crying or yelling or whatever when they fall off the teeter-totter or something like that. Okay, so we got that room. So we got a shoe store. Okay. We got all that. We've got changing rooms that are clearly going to get knocked down and become something else. They had sewing stuff in the back as well. Alright. So we've got some cardboard, some fabric, some hangers are still here. working cleaning this up. It's probably just sitting underneath all this junk. Oh yeah, I forgot we got the upgrade where we can sell stuff directly from the trash bag. Okay, so we still have 2 overhanging lamps, a piece of cardboard net. So there's the overhanging lamp there. Oh, it's a divider. Okay. So with that, we have a disaster to clean up. Gotta deal with those windows in a moment. Alright. And with that, some nice, clean, spotless windows. Yeah, I believe the game will ultimately repeat contracts, but I think it's one of those things that I can't remember. Like for House Flipper 1, I think it was once you finished all the contracts, you could like have the same contracts come back, or that there was some way to distinguish, like they had different highlighting or something, so you'd be like, oh, that's a new contract versus one I already had. Okay, so where are the last couple of stains? Might be one of these cases. The stain's actually in this other room. Looks like we're breaking a lot of walls today. Yeah, that's the thing, is maybe it's gonna consider these all one room. Plus, if the stain is on this wall and I get rid of the wall, the stain goes with it, so that'd be another way of solving the problem. Okay. There's no way none of these walls were load-bearing. Like, gutting the entire interior space of this, there's no way none of that was load-bearing. Especially with them being brick wall. There you are. Okay, so now I got a lot of things to work on. Alright, so we have to build some new walls. No. Okay. And when you first start the game, like, you have to do, like, you paint much slower. Instead of putting these entire rows of bricks, I want to say you have to put it brick by brick. And you have to, like, lather it with the mortar as well. It is like any of these games, as you level up, they make things faster. Speaking of which, did I... I'll have to check to see when I can and need to level. Alright, so... with this, we got tons of toys and all that. We're going for the vibrant yellow. Plunk you down. Alright. I'm curious if I'm going to put wallpaper on this wall to the side, because it'll be really weird to have this vibrant yellow... Oh, no, wait, it might be fine. Have it as highlight walls. Why are you... There we go. I was like, why are you not letting me select it? Trying to remember which game it was. There was one of the Renovator games that I played not too long back that they did actually have it where you would have to, like, you'd put like the cinder block or whatever down, and then from there you would oh, did I miss a spot? It's fine. I don't need to do it, but whatever. But, you would have to put down the wall, and then you could kind of apply a texture to it. And then after you apply the texture, you'd paint it whatever color you want. Which is interesting. It made it way more difficult to get a feeling for how it would look at the final part of it. But it was still kind of a cool concept, so you'd be like, okay, well, I want this wall to have, like, very smooth paint, or I want that wall to have, like, very, very textured pattern. Or I want this one to be, effectively painted cinder block, so you put down the cinder block wall and then directly paint it. Versus you could have, like, a primer thing. That may have been Hotel Renovator. Can't remember. I remember Hotel Renovator was pretty good. I liked that one. As well as those games, like, it didn't need to be, like, a huge game or anything like that. We're going with the rabbits. It didn't need to be, like... Wait, the floor, too? You want me to put wallpaper on the floor? Okay. Does that technically make it floor paper? It makes it probably not a good choice, because wallpaper is really not designed to be stood on, so I can't imagine it'd put up with it well. I feel like you just wear it out way faster. Okay. So much wallpaper. Okay, have I finished wallpapering the actual walls? It's looking like yes. So I'm going to do here, to sell those. So I had a second option. So we put the sky on the floor. Which is definitely the opposite way this should have gone. It very much should have been the green ground and then the sky whatever. But hey, children's imagination. It doesn't have to make sense. And they already started, and we're sticking with it. There's no refunds. Alright, that's what they wanted. That looks terrible. Let's get that door outside sorted. We have this door to get sorted. I mean, they haven't paid for it anyway. To be fair, they have to. We have shades to put in, so I've got 4 windows and 4 shades. It won't let me make it that long. Why will it not let me make you that long? Huh. Weird. I forgot, isn't there a way it can, like, duplicate you? Was it hold shift? No. Hold control? That's fine, whatever. Weird. I'm just gonna pretend that it's a daycare, because it is, and that the kids fuss with them, and so none of these work right anymore. Because that's a plausible thing to happen. Because you know every other kid's gonna like pull down on it and do all that, and you're gonna tell them to stop, and then they'll stop, and then the next kid will show up and do the exact same thing all over again. The super duper outdoor. So I have a little sign here so the kids can figure out how to have fun outdoors. And the super duper fun indoor. Alright, so is anything... Yeah, so... I don't think there's one of these that's obviously... where the cash register goes. Let's go ahead and put you here. Cash register on there. Put your chair here. So I'm guessing that's going to be the wash closet. Let's put the desk here. Okay, so let's see here. There's a lot of junk you gotta worry about. Okay, there's lots of toys and lots of crap everywhere. We got a ceiling light that we can go ahead and just plunk right there for you. And I need 4 more ceiling lights. What's gonna happen real fast is we are on an ad break. So I'm gonna take 2 seconds of those ad breaks going on. I'm gonna stop doing what I'm doing before I miss the entire ad break. Because I need to eat my food and stretch my legs on it real fast. So I'm gonna do that during the ad break, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just want to.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew, ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go to the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Oh, that is all enclosed with large fence. We do not want to be in here. This is a dead end. All right, looping back around. I was like, I want to take a peek at that bow driver. This is not the place to do it. That is tall fences on all sides. Hey, zombie, just ignore me, right, buddy? We can be cool. I don't really know how I'm looping back without going over where I just was. I guess we're exploring the dangerous way. Oh, that is way worse. Okay, alright. Oh, I may have just killed myself. Alright, we made it work. Hey, buddy, coming through. Okay. Not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. Oh, that's it. Well. Alright. And now that we're done hearing zombies eat people alive, it's back to building a daycare. These are definitely things that go just absolutely together. 100% right aligned with each other. Everyone knows children will be the source of the zombie apocalypse. Not that they'll be the source of the disease itself, but everyone will be like, hey, we need to keep this under control. And, you know, children, for as wonderful as they are absolute germ factories. Daycare is just a house for small zombies? I don't think I'd call children zombies. Granted, sometimes they do bite. That is quite the corkboard. Alright, so what do we even have going on here? So I need to make a bunch of tables. And furniture and all that for children. I'm a little bothered by the fact that of all the mushrooms they decide to use, they choose one of the most poisonous mushrooms to model that furniture off. It's fine. It's just a weird choice. Okay, we got some of those. Got the lower one. Never take a chance with mushrooms. They're lethal. One mistake will lead to death. Oh yeah, no, we've had the conversation here a couple of times. That I remember growing up where we had the scouts and everything locally. And that we would go on like the survivalist stuff where they would, you know, teach you, it's like, oh yeah, you can eat these, like these nuts you can eat, those ones you can't. You know, you can find water using these things, like all that kind of stuff. And then it was like mushrooms, like, you don't F with mushrooms. It's like, you just don't mess with mushrooms. It's like there's lots of great, wonderful, delicious mushrooms, and then people who are actual experts in that very regularly end up having, like, every year a couple of them get themselves killed because, you know, they thought the mushroom they had was a safe one and not. That's like, it's a whole thing to be able to, like, identifying mushrooms is a very difficult thing. Because you make one lapse in judgment, the difference between a safe mushroom and a deadly mushroom is not much. Oh, that goes on the floor. I see. Coat rack. Ring toss game. We'll put over in the corner. That way the kids are throwing stuff at the window. Because, yeah, we have, I never do remember which ones are which. We have, like, where I lived in Michigan, there was one mushroom that, you know, is like the little brown mushroom that's generally safe to eat and all that stuff. And that one was fine. But then there was a mushroom that looked almost exactly the same called Death Cap. You can probably guess why it has that name. And it was just one of those things that telling the difference from one to the other is very, very difficult. They're very, very similar mushrooms with only very subtle differences. And so it's just kind of one of those ones, it's like, yeah, once you know how to identify it, sure, but even then it's just not worth it. Because you can still get it wrong. Those looks almost exactly the same. Yep, that's why. Yeah, so it's absolutely one of those things. It's like, yeah, it is genuinely a thing that you'll have people who are like, they're survivalists, whatever, that they go out in the wilderness and live off the land for a while. That's just kind of their hobby or whatever. That they know how to forage for mushrooms and they've done the research and all that. And even in those cases, every once in a while, someone gets it wrong and dies. So yeah, when I was in the Scouts, it's like, you know, eat tree bark before you consider the mushrooms. Because you just don't want to mess with the mushrooms. Getting it wrong is just way too dangerous. I don't know what the pillow's about. Just having that pillow. Okay, so that's this room done. Like, it would make sense to me if there was a bunch of pillows, so, like, the kids could sit on them. But when it was just, like, the one pillow, it's kind of like, what? Alright, so this is going to be the bathroom. That's a cool wallpaper. Oh, you don't look like the picture. The picture looked way more purple. Now is where we handle a bunch of glue in an enclosed space. And then start developing a headache as we get mildly high on, you know, glue. Finished surfaces. Oh, I have to do the floor as well, right. Okay, and we could sell you. And now we need the toilet. And you usually put the toilet around the side of the door. That way, you know, get a little bit of privacy if someone's, you know, looking straight in the door. That trash can's too tall to put underneath the disability thing there. You got a changing table and all that. And while I appreciate that every one of these bathrooms has had a changing table for the most part, the bathroom needs to be bigger. I'm not saying get rid of the changing table, but like all these bathrooms have been horrifically claustrophobic of just, oh, that is way too high, especially for a daycare. There we go. Yeah, no, the picture for the wallpaper, if you look at it, it's like a light purple. But for whatever reason, this one is kind of a beige. And I think this is the very last room to do. So we'll get our finished surfaces. That is... what? Alright, that's weird. Okay. And we can go ahead and do this. I don't know why they're leaving that blue stripe over there, though. Yeah, part of the stuff that makes games like this fun is you look at the stuff we get done in this game, and then you think about how long this stuff takes in real life. Going in and just painting this room, just as it is now, this would be an all-day project for one person. Because, like, one is you're gonna go and you can't just slap some pink paint over this brick and expect it to look anything but terrible. So you would get, oh, I forget what the material's called, but you, plaster. So you'd go and you'd get all covered in plaster, or put, like, you know, plasterboard or whatever it is. And you'd sit there and, you know, paint over top of it to kind of give it the flat surface you want. Then you'd have to wait for it to dry. That's going to take the better part of an entire day or longer. And then once that's all dried, you'd want to usually, depending on what you're using material-wise, you'll either need a primer, or you could go straight painting on it if it's already pre-primed drywall or whatever. And then after that, you'd end up painting it. I love how I'm not done with it. It's given me 3 stars already. Yes, the perk points are meta progression. We're pretty late in the game, so I don't actually get that many more perk points anymore. But yeah, so like, when you start the game, I want to say this is your brush, and where I would select the area, I would just do like 1 or 2 tiles. Like, you're very limited on that. And that kind of thing. Okay, so now we need to go in here. We need a pair of blinds. I don't get why none of these blinds seem to be able to cover the whole window. Okay. Next up, we got a bunch of cabinets and all that. Oh, I see. We don't need to paint this because we're putting the cabinets against this wall. And then the fridge would go here, blocking that spot. So there's gonna be some combination of these. That lines up and not look terrible. You're pressed all the way up against that. Well, you're not pressed up. There you go. Okay. And weirdly, in this room, we have seating and all that. Need to put in the light switch. Bring the light down, and then we got a bunch of decoration kind of things. Okay. Cool, so we got our plants. We got coffee cups and all that. And an electric kettle. Okay, and I believe with that we've got it all. Yeah, so we unlocked our perks. Yeah, so the new perk we have here is I can paint any surface without first setting the painting area. So I can basically just start painting if I want. So that's a perk we got. So the flipper skills is from selling houses ourselves. Yeah, this is all about buying and selling houses. So that's good. But with that, we have finished the job. So let's go see the before and after. And we'll make $250,000 in doing that work. So that's what we started out with. So I really like the before and after. This was a really great idea to add to the game. Just to do that before and after comparison is just really kind of fun how much you can see the spaces change. Alright, we will continue without saving the photos. We love it. Everything looks perfect. Reed is stunned by your work. Which is rare. She's demanding. Great to hear that. You got free pizza for life. Okay, more like the first 3 pizzas. Alright. Earn your first $1 million. Cool. Alright, so we got emails now. So this area we finished everything. This area we finished everything. I've got a bunch of ones here. I don't know what this one means. That one's got a weird contract, or a weird icon with multiple people. And we got this one here. And again, I don't know what that symbol means. It's clearly signifying something. Maybe it's implying I should do that with multiple people or something? I don't know. Yeah, got the assembly. Oh, right. They did add the assembly stuff, and I was just like, I'm not bothering. So you got houses you can buy to flip them that are all over the place. Yeah, and these are houses we've sold. These are ones we own. And you have your buyers you learn over time. I remember the buyers not really mattering in the previous one until we reached the point that, you know, we're at like the end game. So I'm wondering, didn't this symbol mean something? Was this like it's an important mission or something like that? I genuinely don't know. Okay. Let's see. My house might scare all but little ghosts. Dear Mr. PC, I'd like to prepare my house for Halloween. I'm ashamed to admit it, but the front looks less like a scary old mansion and more like an old building waiting to be demolished. Those weeds and wilted ivy need to vanish. Then, of course, spooky decorations are a must. Usually, I spend some days in advance preparing them, but this year, I stupidly broke my hip. I mean, don't judge yourself. I mean, unless you did something stupid, then I guess you make that decision yourself, I guess. I look forward to giving candy out to small monstrosities, so please don't disappoint me. Now, the doctors are letting me out of the hospital, but only if I promise to not climb the stairs. Thus, I need my bedroom moved to downstairs, and a proper bathroom installed there. The upstairs could be turned into a guest room. Please try to complete all of this before the end of October. Cool. Alright, and what we're also going to do is I'm going to put the queue back up. We are giving away a copy of Farming Simulator 25 in the Prairies and Plains DLC, or Tinkerlands, your choice. You just need to do !join.
Hello? It's Gemma Crow speaking. Oh, I'm impressed you've picked up your phone. I know that young people prefer texting these days. You must forgive me for being old-fashioned.
Only if you could forgive me for being young.
So you do have a sense of humor. Seems like we could become friends. But back to talking business. I have to warn you. Please don't try to make your way beyond the second floor. There's nothing to do up there. Also, it's an old building. I would prefer if you stayed where it's safe. And trust me, I will know if you decide not to listen.
It sounds a little suspicious.
You got me. I'm actually hiding a ghost up there. Or maybe it's my evil twin. Or letters confessing my crimes. Yes, I am making fun of you. Now, my requirements couldn't have been made clearer, so I hope I can count on you. Happy Halloween.
That's weird and ominous. So chat, I guess the question we have is, do we in fact not go up the stairs and check it out, or do we immediately disregard it? Because we haven't had many times the game, like, made the phone call thing. Do it. I am going to check one thing real fast. Is there an achievement? Let's see. Because I'm curious. There's apparently an achievement for finishing an entire job in under 5 minutes. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, and I imagine the 5-minute achievement was probably not too bad. If you're actually like focused being like, let's get it done. Yeah, so we've got to get up there, unfortunately. Okay, so if I remember correctly, I can buy a platform to go up. Okay, last one's way down there. Wait. This is floor 1. This is floor 2. And I can clearly see there's a staircase supposed to be there. There it was.
Did I not make myself clear? Why are you going into the attic?
I'm not even there.
I really dislike liars. You triggered my special intuition. I know you opened the door to the attic. Haven't you heard that curiosity killed the cat? All right, listen. Everybody has a hobby. Mine is perhaps a little more magical than, I don't know, gardening. But for some reason, people can be very judgmental about it. So please get back to finishing your work, and let's pretend you haven't seen anything strange in my house. Because if you tell anyone, let's just say I know a way to turn humans into frogs.
This change house flipper to phasmophobia. I'm more concerned about, like, the clearly... This must have been, like, a special one they added for Halloween or something. Because, like, they put a bunch of stuff here. Yeah, when I didn't see... Because I immediately checked for the achievement, because sometimes in these types of games, they'll be like, when the person's like, don't do this thing, they'll give you an achievement for, like, just being a good little worker and doing what you're told and nothing more. So I just wanted to check that before I screwed up an achievement. Didn't look like there was one though. Okay, so we can get rid of that. You have that there. I am looking for a board. There is a board out here somewhere that needs to go. There it is. Okay, cool. Alright, what else do you still have out here? We got Halloween decorations, and I need to finish some bricklaying. Can I undo what I've done? Because I made a mess of that wall. If this is the house I cared about, I would be cleaning all of that up. Instead of accidentally tiling this column. I can also appreciate she's like, yeah, just go ahead and, put some, like, nicer brick over my previous brick. Okay, so is there an easy way I could correct this? I've never actually gone to try and do that. Was there, like, a thing I could do to detect what it was? Because I want to copy that brick, because I made a mess of that. No, it's multiple tiers. We can pretend it doesn't exist. It's fine. There's the Halloween thing there. Okay, I need some jack-o'-lanterns. Okay, let's move these around a little bit. Oh, heck with it. It's gonna fight me putting them down, that's fine. We need to put candles down. Need what? 4 of those? Am I reading this into it that she probably...
Thank you Mark3186 for subscribing for 5 months. Thanks to @RandallThor1812 for my sub gift.
And thank you, Mark, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes and all that.
Thank you Mark3186 for subscribing for 5 months. Thanks to @RandallThor1812 for my sub gift.
Yeah, and that's just a bug when you upgrade a gifted sub to a not gifted sub, it duplicates it. I've been trying to get that sorted, but I haven't been able to get that sorted with the bot. Apparently this patio, it's considered a different area. Wheelchair ramp. It's awfully convenient that the wheelchair ramps fit the aesthetic of this, just right from the get-go. Even though that's a pretty steep wheelchair ramp. Also, wait a second. Excuse me, miss, your wheelchair does not actually fit through your door. Because I can... Ow. Well. That's, don't worry about it, chat. Optical illusions do that. I'm going to sit in the wheelchair? That's actually a good call. Aw, come on. Missed opportunity. I agree. Put the pumpkin in the wheelchair. Okay. So you're all done here. And I need to vacuum up the leaves. Okay, and here I just need more Halloween stuff. Madame Janine's Shop of Magical Curiosities. Order number 42. Gemma Crow. Delivery to Pennicove, Worthwell Street 7. Item. Broken broom, glue, fly, spell to fix, new polish. Fixed items cannot be returned. The final cost might change depending on the damage. We do not take responsibility for any magical mishaps from wrong usage of the item. My guessing of how she broke her leg is she jumped off the roof with her broom. You'd like me to sell the door. But which door? That door. You want me to sell all the stuff in here? Oh, right. Because we need to move her bedroom downstairs. Because she's in a wheelchair. And so she was told she can't go upstairs. Okay. Okay, so that's all staying. Okay, she exploded her cauldron, I see. Okay, so we got 2 sandals, a cooking pot. Yeah, 2 sandals, a light. There's the light. I do have a flashlight. Yeah, so we need to find these. Oh, the sandals might be out here. Yeah, that's a different room. That's a different room. And that's a different room. So the sandals are somewhere between these rooms. There's the sandals. And I got a little button thing on the wall. There. And she's got both her bare feet print and her shoes and all that. Bone regrowing elixir. 2 handfuls of spinach, 200 milliliters of natural yogurt, 2 spoons of chia seeds, 2 spoons of pumpkin seeds, 1 avocado, lungwort herb, wormwood herb, slippery elm bark, labia herb fresh. Put the herbs and seeds together in fresh spring water. Boil for 4 to 6 hours. Reduce the amount of heat. Add spinach, yogurt, and avocado. Stir clockwise on small heat for half an hour. Leave to cool. Strain and drink immediately for best results. Well, and you ended up at the hospital. So I'm gonna go on a hint here that it didn't work. There's a broom here somewhere. Like a push broom. There you are. There we go. Cool. Oh, I see. You want me to put where all those other broken shelves are. Okay, you have 11 items you want. So you want some more Halloween decorations. I think she's really, really, really into Halloween. And maybe witchcraft. That's it. I can get behind the sarcophagus full of candy. Gotta have a hobby? I mean, nothing wrong with it. She's just definitely really, really into it. Again, I need to buy stuff for in here. Placement door. All right. And tons of junk to clean up. Bunch of peeling wallpaper. Okay, you need to sell 2 more things. The door frame here. It gives me a couple of boxes I need to sell. And that. Alright, so now I got stains to clean. I'm not entirely sure what this layout of this floor plan we're making is. It seems like we just opened up the kitchen to the bathroom, and now we're going to put a bathroom in there without really separating those spaces. Which definitely doesn't feel like something you should do. Not seeing the last stain. There you are. The lovely bath kitchen. Yeah, it's just like, There's a reason why you keep those 2 rooms specifically separate. Okay. All it's missing is a carpet on the floor and walls. Really helps cut down on indoor plumbing costs. Actually, one of the reasons you usually have it is you'll have your bathroom on one side and the kitchen on the other, because then they can share the plumbing in the wall. Still, it's certainly a thing. Alright, so you got a door. Where do you want me to put this door? Do you just want it in here at all? Fair enough. Still want more. She's also super into Halloween. Like, super duper duper into Halloween. This pumpkin stares into the abyss. Okay, so that room's done. Alright, so back to this room. Okay. I'm digging the whole... Yeah, there we go. Looks like a McMinimans. For those who don't know McMinimans, it's a company on the West Coast, U.S. They like to buy old buildings that, you know, would be otherwise potentially, like, demolished, whatever. And then they go to turn them into, like, new businesses, but, like, keep a very artsy, like, kind of vibe to it and all that. They're really cool. So they might take, like, an old warehouse or whatever that, or maybe not warehouse, but, like, an old theater or whatever that, you know, has been kind of left to rot, and then go in and turn it into, like, a movie theater, but they keep, you know, kind of the old-timey aspect to it. But they tend to have a lot of the art look kind of like this type of wallpaper. Or kind of like a Monty Python-esque look is another type of thing they'll do. But they have a lot of places, like lots and lots of locations. That's always pretty slick stuff. Yeah, actually looks pretty good. Okay, so you want your double bed. But that big of a headboard, you don't want to put that against the window or anything. We will need your nightstands. You've got your big old wardrobe. We'll probably put that over here. I don't think I can make this room wheelchair accessible with all the furniture she wants. Maybe. Try moving this over here. So that way there's enough room at the foot of the bed to get around it. Leave enough space for there. Yeah, sadly. Maybe. Okay, so let's see what we got here. So we got a desk lamp. That fits perfectly with the coloring by just... However, you of course want your television. You want a mirror. Put a light switch there. That is a big carpet. There we go. You want a little vase with the rose in it. Can we make this work? Nah, not quite perfect. Come on. Hey, Silverdream, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Silverdream? Another fantastic content creator. Oh, I was lurking. What were you playing earlier today? I remember you were talking about potentially playing City Skylines and a couple other things. I know you played Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 the other day. And it wasn't Marbles on stream that I caught you playing, some before that. But again, Silverdream, absolutely fantastic. Definitely someone you should check out. Good times over there. Plays a lot of similar games, does like a lot of Tycoon and all that stuff. Ah, yeah, it was Saloon Sim that I saw. Yeah. Saloon Sim is what I saw, because that was one of those ones I hadn't heard about, and I'm like, this. From what I saw, it looked pretty good. I didn't get a chance to really catch a whole lot of it, but from what I did see, it looked pretty good. Oh, we got more stuff to buy in this space. Let's go check here. Weirdly enough, you don't seem to want doors. Oh, we're going to be building more. Oh, what we're probably doing is probably filling this in. Yeah, that makes more sense. Oh, I see. We're filling in both these spots to basically make this a bathroom that goes to the bedroom as opposed to it was like a half bath by the stairs. Oh god, you hadn't seen this wiggle yet? Oh. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it's definitely one of the better simulations of those kinds. You liked it a lot. Good, because I know, I couldn't tell you what the name of it was. I know I tried one that was a simulation game for, like, brewing beers and all that. And it was cool in the sense that, like, because I've actually brewed beer myself in the past. That was like, okay, like, this is technically accurate on what you do. But at the same time, would I say would I say it was fun? It's one of those simulation games that's like, okay, well, you're simulating what is done well, but like, where's the fun part? Because it'd have it where you'd make your different alcoholic beverages or whatever, and it was kind of one of those things that, like, you would brew your alcoholic beverage for, like, the next whatever time span. But it didn't seem like it really mattered, like, what you did. You could kind of just do what you wanted. And so it just kind of lacked any kind of direction. You were just brewing for the sake of brewing, which is fine, I guess. But it wasn't... Yeah, it just lacked that. Which I've definitely seen other ones that did a little bit better. I'm gonna go with the gray terrazzo tile. Because the other ones looked really light. And we know Grandma here, she likes it spooky. I mean, she had a half-drawn pentagram upstairs with weird demonic feet in it, so you know. Grandma likes it spooky. Yeah, I knew it was gonna be just slightly short. I always like how early they let you finish the job and still get credit. Like, we're not even remotely close to done. You're like, yeah, that's good enough. I do like these wall decorations. I haven't seen that before, but I really like that. The little metal plate things that you can put above your door. That's a pretty slick one. The ones on this side aren't as good, but like the cats on this side look really fun. Alright, so we are putting in an open style shower. Makes sense. Grandma's in a wheelchair. She took herself with, wait, I can make that longer. Alright. She took herself a tumble. As best we can guess, she jumped off the roof with her broom and it did not work out. But she's in a wheelchair for a while. Broke her hip. So they're trying to make herself a fairly wheelchair accessible thing. I have no idea how you'd even deal with that part. Okay. So I know we would want this by the toilet. So that, you know, she can get over there. And she can back her wheelchair in here and has room. Let's try not to crowd it too much. And if I didn't already mention it, you should absolutely check out Soda Dream. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Like 100% recommend. You want 2 light switches? Where do you want me to put the second light switch? You got 1 door, lady. Like, do you need a light switch at the toilet in case you want to just sit in the dark and contemplate? I don't understand. Where do you want the second light switch? Do you want them above and below each other? There's 1 door here. Okay, whatever. Ah, boo, I can't put that there. Yeah, no, that's the thing. In real life, you'd have that. But we don't have, like, those air vents here. So we got the towel rack radiator. We can put that over there. We have a cabinet to put here. Just gonna center it underneath there. You have a stool. Honestly, that makes a certain amount of sense. You have a planter in your bathroom. What? Grandma, what light are you gonna get? Your plant's just gonna die. Like it's the Bat Cave in here. Make sure it's reachable from there. You want a candle, that's fine. Tuck it back there. You want a wall light, just the one. You want a table light? Sure, I guess. Money sink. Spend your first $1 million. And we can have a carpet. Okay, so yeah, so she's got her wheelchair can go in here. She can do that. She's got her toilet, all that. Now, one of the things I'm not sure about, and this comes from me not having lived with someone who needs this type of stuff. I obviously know that these are for helping you get around with all that. Like I've seen these ones. I know these ones you'd put them along the wall. Like if this was the toilet, you put it along the wall like there for the same purpose as that thing. So maybe what we could do is move you over there. And so this could be the one to get you to the bidet. And that could be the one to get you to the toilet. It's a bit far away, so let's scoot you over. What I don't know is... My assumption of this one is you grab the horizontal thing to lift yourself, and then you have that bar to, like, right yourself up. And I would assume you'd want in the shower around, like, here. But I can't do that. Yeah, they help you stand in the shower. That's exactly what I was thinking, but I can't put it there. Unless for this... I know you had the ability to change its size. Let's see if I can change its size to be smaller, because I don't know how this works. Because I saw I can make it longer, and I was like, that wouldn't be helpful. There you go. The drain being there is probably not the most useful, but that's okay. Alright, so we got all that stuff, got all this stuff. So downstairs is done. That's the ADA code requires the center of the toilet to be 18 inches off the nearest wall. I know it's 1.5 feet, but we can just assume those tiles are 1.5 feet and then bam. This one, on the other hand, would be to be 18 inches off the nearest wall. Gotcha, so you're saying how close it can be. So, like, it can be farther than that, but it can't be close than that. So you want... There we go. Look, normally I don't care, but we're gonna do right by Grandma. She's a witch. She threatened to turn me into a frog. So it could still be a Pittsburgh toilet in the middle of the room? I'm not familiar with that one. The one that'll always stand out to me was the first time I went to Italy and running into one of the places where they had like the old-timey toilets are basically just a trough. That was definitely an experience. It's definitely one of those ones where you sat down and the person sat down like right next to you along the trough. And you're just kind of thinking to yourself, being like, why of literally everywhere you could have sat, was this the place? So you want me to sell some more pedestal? Oh. We have the beams or oh, it was the frame around the bed, I see. And then there's a carpet. It's in the middle of an unfinished basement. A common feature in old houses and stuff. Oh, I can see that, where like plumbing got built into it later kind of thing. So it was just the place you could get the plumbing set up, or, you know, there'd be some utility reason why it ended up being that way. I can see that kind of thing. Because knowing, like, Ohio, there's a lot of places where weird stuff happens because of the way the basements are built as cellars. And they have to, like, a lot of them have to get sub-pumps, because if you run a situation where it rains a lot and moisture gets into your basement, it's a problem. So you have to be able to, like, kind of pump them back out. See, for all other normal toilets, minimum 15 inches to the center of the toilet is the nearest wall. It'd be far away, but it needs to be no closer than 15 inches. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I was kind of sitting there in my head thinking, it's like, well, you need enough space between the wall and the toilet that a person can reasonably sit down and not need to be, you know, emaciated levels of, you know, thin. Plus having accessibility for, like, wheelchairs and people with mobility problems and all that. The only one I've had to deal with those kind of things a lot is, stuff like when it comes to shelf placement in retail. I remember having lots of conversations with boss. And that was before I was like really on the advocacy for accessibility. Like I didn't know as much now, but I did know it's like you'd go and they want to move some shelves around. Like, I'm sure we're not allowed to do this. These shelves are way too close to each other. Like, you know, I don't have any mobility issues, and even I'm sitting here feeling a little claustrophobic with this, let alone, you know, someone with a wheelchair not being able to get through and whatever. And usually once you mention that, they're like, oh yeah, you're right. So at least in that respect, it wasn't a whole thing. There's definitely stuff I ran into where they would push back and stuff they shouldn't have. But it's always that kind of one where you're like, yeah, what happens when a customer's in a wheelchair? And you're like, oh yeah, you're right. Not that they don't have lots of stuff with like disability they tend to ignore. But that's a pretty easy one to explain to people, luckily. I don't know where you're supposed to go. I'll put you at the foot of the bed. Let's see, 88 toilets are very strict in where they need to be 18 inches exactly from the nearest sidewall. And there needs... Oh, you're saying... Okay, right. So toilets specifically made for the purpose of disability have very, very strict rules. That makes sense. Because also being really far away, you'd have to worry about, like, what type of rails and things a person could use to get themselves onto and off of the toilet and all that. If it's too far away, it would be just a really uncomfortable and bad position for, like, leverage to lift yourself and a whole lot of stuff like that. Yeah, I can absolutely see that. Okay, what's the last thing I need to sell? The carpet. You're telling me there's still trash. Oh, this would be... No, I'm not demolishing a wall. What trash am I missing? Oh, the U.S. They qualify grossly obese as disability. Yeah, I mean that's true in a lot of places. Because I mean, when you hit a certain weight, you do actually have a great deal of difficulty with mobility. That I think, considering that a disability from that standpoint does make sense. Oh, there we go. We've got spider webs. I was sitting there going, it's like, what disability, like, not what disability, what are we talking about here? Also, where did you lose these how did you lose these panels? Got the mirror. It feels so much better if you lost 50 pounds, yeah. The even if you use regular toilet, you still have to follow ADA rules by having all the handrails installed and having all the needed clear space. Right. Yeah, no, it's there's some stuff like when you're doing stuff in your own private home that you don't have to worry about the same way. But at the same time, usually when you're in a situation like you're going to sell a home or whatever, you start getting into code stuff. Like a lot of code stuff, the reason it slides and people can get away with things is just the fact that if you're not selling or doing something that warrants an inspection, usually it's a thing that... It's kind of like nothing's happening, no one's going to notice kind of thing. It's not that's a great approach. Okay. So this room is done. We have 2 rooms left, supposedly. Oh, probably out here for decoration? No. I see what Grandma's reading here. Seeds of Love. For those who missed the last time we played it, it's basically Stardew Valley, as a smut magazine. Okay, so we got stains in here. I was wondering if we were going to find that there was something to clean up here. Yeah, it's just outdoors. There's nothing here. That was disembodying. So somewhere in this house, there is a single room. Please stop being cursed. That's actually kind of cool. Okay, all the rooms upstairs seem fine. Outside seems fine. Ah, here we go. Here we go. We missed the kitchen. That's right, because we... Oh, yeah, that we didn't need to do it. Because we did a bunch of the kitchen, and then we realized we had to, like, fill in the wall and all that. Right, I'm still correcting this here. Okay, so... You want a new cabinet for your wall there, that's fair. There's your cake book. Here's your pumpkin. There's your milk. There's your flour. There's your sugar. There's your sugar. Apparently I'm getting their groceries now. Apparently can't put it on the door because the door doesn't close all the way. Here's a cake mold. There, now the job's done. You're looking at a German proverb saying what we're all saying about houses. People build in deviation of code. Where there's no plaintiff, there's no judge. But you fail to find a common English version. There is a legal Latin versions, but you don't know. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things, though, that, like... So when you come and, like, have someone do work in your home, and they do something, you end up having an inspection. If they find things in violation of code, they'd be like, hey, you're violating code. Or if you do something that there is potentially a risk to a neighbor, whatever, and they spot it, there's a whole thing there. Your mama don't know, it won't hurt her. Yeah, but it's not that you can just get away with ignoring code. That's not really what I'm trying to get at with it. It just, generally speaking, there's stuff like things get grandfathered into code, so if your house is built in a certain way, unless you do a major change or you change the specific thing in question, they usually will grandfather you. And there are exceptions, especially if it's a major safety thing. But yeah. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Like, and I won't know all the rules about it. Okay. So here's the before and after. This one I don't expect to be as dramatic as the other one. Because a lot of the outside we just kind of cleaned up and add decorations. Not like that space of 5 units that were businesses. That was a huge thing. Oh, I forgot. I got completely distracted. Yes, so we have, if you would like to get a copy of Farm Sim 25 or Tinkerlands, you can do ! Join. I'm going to do that in like just 1 minute because I was like, let me start that, and then just zoned in on doing the house and all that. So why do young people prefer texting over phone calls? Sounds like a trick question. Well, come over here tomorrow and I might treat you to some candy. I'm really happy with the changes. I'm glad. It was a lot of fun. I love the spooky season. Me too. I'm really excited for tomorrow. Don't tell anyone. I need to maintain my reputation. Your secrets are safe with me. I wonder if you didn't go in and check that. I wonder if you didn't go in and snoop in the room like she told you not to. I wonder if this changes. I don't think it will. I think they just assume you're gonna go find it. Yeah, phone calls would be illegal. My reason why I would prefer text and all that is I like a paper trail. I've worked with a bunch of people, and me being able to turn around and be like, you said this, and I can show you. When it's on a phone call, it's not real. It's the reasons why people are like, oh yeah, I need you to change that one requirement. And this way it's like, you're gonna send me an email. I'm doing nothing until I see that email. It's like, until I have this in writing, it's not real. Because I have gotten so many times where it's like, you get told to do something, it doesn't work out, and you immediately get thrown under the bus and like, hey, I did what I was told to. And just the same, especially if it's something like I disagree with, I'll be like, hey, I specifically warned them that this was going to happen, and they told me to proceed, and I did. I did my part. But with that said, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to do the drawing in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so, Conrad, you just got to let me know, do you want Farm Sim or do you want Tinkerlands? And if you already own Farm Sim, do you want just the DLC, or like I can give you the game, because it's Farm Sim 25 and the Plains and Prairies DLC. I can't remember who owns what and who's won what, but just gotta let me know what you want, and I will go get that key for you, and I will drop it. All of these came from Dare Drop, from doing our Dare Drops the past couple months and all that. So just trying to get them out there so they don't just rot in my inbox where they don't help anyone. But I'll give you a couple minutes to respond. You let me know what you like, and we'll get it going there. I still love that they have their little cartoon in here. It's just a ridiculous little cartoon. I don't even remember what we did with the space. Oh yeah, this room hurts to look at. Just how busy that tiling is. I forgot about all this. I don't even remember why we did some of these things. Oh yeah, we got the beaver and the frog. Yeah, I think this is the one that was our parents' house, right? It was our parents' house, and I was like, this is a monstrosity. I hate everything about it. And so we literally ripped up the foundation and started from scratch. Okay. And again, Conrad, you have had your name drawn. Just gotta let me know what you want, whether it's Farm Sim or Tinkerlands. We'll give you a couple minutes to respond, and then if I don't, it goes on to the next person. Alright, so we did not get a new email on this one. So, setting your new garden straight. Hello, not to brag, but I just bought a house. It took years of overtime in the clinic, but I can finally start my own practice. This is where you come in. I need my garden and office sorted before I admit my first patients. It's nothing too complicated, mostly removing the old furniture, mowing the lawn. Actually, the outside could use some work, since I'd love a place to stretch and relax in. And there's also a hidden garden. See, I bought this house from a dear colleague and mentor, Mr. Colin, who always spent more time in the hospital than at home. It seems he lost his key to his father's flower garden, and I haven't figured out how to get in. If you find the key by any chance, I imagine that area might also need tidying. Okay. Best wishes, Robin Roots. Yeah, so here's what I'll do, is I'll say for, I'll give 2 more minutes for Conrad to respond. And as long as they do, again, Farm Sim 25 Tinkerlands, otherwise I'll draw the next person. It is just a thing that is my only requirement, is I have to have people respond. Especially this time when I have 2 games there, then I'm like, hey, choose between them. I don't want to just toss a key and they didn't even want the thing I sent. She's like, it might need a little work. The whole place is dead. Wasn't on my list of things to sell, but I sold their electric mower. Locked, the key must be nearby. Why would you assume that? Who's paying for the dead plants? Not only paying for... They're buying those bushes for like $210 each. Heck, forget this house flipping business. Let's just go in the failing to grow plants business. That's apparently where the money's really at. Let's get 2 more things of vines here. Oh no, you're all good. So I got 1 dead tree still around here. I think it's right there. It's gonna be something silly like we pick up a rock and it's underneath the rock or something like that. There's no way in real life you walk up to these cushions that are clearly got mildew and stuff in it. Like, the table's a maybe. But these chairs will take a little brush and give it a little spritz and have it turn out okay. Okay, got a bunch of things to vacuum up. Alright. Okay, so final call, Conrad. You have been drawn. If you'd like Farm Sim 25 or Tinkerland, just gotta let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna send it on to the next person. Which would be a shame. I'd love for you to get a hold of them. Okay, so we need... Oh, I mean, I figured the key's probably outside. When it said it's gonna be near here, I was like, alright, it's gonna be like in the drawer in here or something like that, or I pick up a rock or something. Like, I'm expecting it to probably be like right here. We'll check that in just a second. The key must be nearby. Okay, don't see it under there. Yeah, and the bushes are solid. It's not any of the windowsills. Where is your trash can? Oh, there we go. I imagine the Hidden Garden's probably cursed, because I heard what sounded like bees through the wall. Okay, we need to sell a window. Didn't I get that right? Ah, that's fine. Oh, right. Okay. I see. So that what I'll do is sell you, grab you, lower you down. Now grab the platform and put it up here. And chuck a couple plants over here. And a couple more. Put a couple of lights up. Yes, imagine one of the big things of this one. Okay, so this counted as a different area. That's fine, that's fair. So I imagine the bulk of this one is honestly going to be finding the key and doing all that nonsense. Oh, right, mowing the grass. She asked me to do that, didn't she? Alright. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and, as soon as I'm done mowing this spot, we'll draw the key again. So, final call, Conrad. We got a key for Farm Sim or Tinkerlands for you. You just gotta say something in chat. Gotta let me know what you want. Otherwise, we're just about ready to send it on to the next person. Which would be a shame. But, you know, that is the whole idea there. Okay, so I missed a spot here somewhere. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and draw the next person. And we got dwarf__7. You have been drawn. All you gotta do is let me know. Do you want Farm Sim 25 and the Prairies and Plains DLC, or do you want Tinkerlands? You say something in chat. What I could do then is I will send you the key in a DM on Twitch, and you'll be able to enjoy that. And again, the only thing I ask is please do not gray market the keys. You know, if you're gonna get it, play Farm Sim, yeah, sure, I can get you farms here in just 2 seconds. But congrats, it's a fun game. I play a lot of Farm Sim. I very much enjoy Farm Sim. Alright, where is... Oh, there we go. Okay, so let me go ahead and get those for you. Did I close the airdrop? Come on. No, I did not. It's over here. Cool. So let me go ahead and get those your way. So we can grab you, Whisper, and grab the first key. Farming Simulator 25. And make sure I got the right person, the right key. So the key's right and the person's right. So then this should be, what's your birthday? No problem. I'm glad you got something fun for your birthday. So here is the Farm Sim key. Let me mark that one as used, so don't try and give it out to someone else later. And then this is the Plains and prairies. Key. Make sure I got the right key there. We're good. We're good. Right person. And there you go. So that means for Farming Simulator, I've got 2 Farming Simulator keys left, a McDon pack and a Plains and Prairies. So far as the farms and stuff. Otherwise, I got, I believe, 5 keys for Tinkerlands left. Just double checking that. Yeah, I got 5 keys for Tinkerlands left. I got 2 more keys for Farming Simulator, plus some of the DLC. So that's cool. So let me go ahead and get all that switched over. Okay. You wonder if House Flipper 2 will get more cartoons with add-ons and newer missions like Kids Show and Control? I mean, not as unhinged. I could see there being some fun to do with that. I'm honestly curious how much we're going to see come to House Flipper, because they've been updating it, but House Flipper 2 did not get nearly as strong of a reception as House Flipper 1. I think it was kind of the classic, like, House Flipper 1, I believe, came out in early access, and, you know, there wasn't a game really like it at the time, but when House Flipper 2 came out in early access, it just kind of didn't hold up as well against even House Flipper 1, and it's gotten much better. I very much enjoy it, but you don't hear about it very often. Alright, so where do we think a key would be hidden? Because my assumption, you know, Cookie said they believe the key was outside, and where it specifically said the key is, you know, you believe it's somewhere nearby, that to me makes me think it'd also be, like, very genuine. I think it's gonna be like, what is wrong with that texture up there? That's fine. Let me just go ahead and move you out of the way for a second. Not there. Not there. Has you read reviews professional as well? Thinks there's nothing substantially new so often. Yeah. Like I said, for me it was kind of disappointing when they got rid of the whole thing where you would install a toilet or whatever and actually have that whole, like, aesthetic go on there. Okay. Oh, you know it could also be those little window things. Granted, I can't see into those window things. It could also be up on the trellis. Let me go ahead and spend money on stuff I shouldn't. Because I assume this key is going to be a big thing for this. So I'll go to building accessories. Right now, just grab the ladder. Oh, that's funny. I can't actually access it without getting the key. There's an invisible wall thing. Yeah, so it's not up on the pergola or whatever here. Oh, you live there now. Don't worry about it. Dev's thought about people like you? Yep. Considering the sorts of people who play these types of games, I'm feeling pretty comfortable it's not going to be moving those around, because that'd be weird. I think game mechanic things, like the lamps moving those, sure. Like yanking up the entire thing. Alright, let's go inside and start working on it. Alright. You want me to buy one thing for this room, which is a door. Fair enough. Okay, and you want me to sell the door frame, sell that thing, put an umbrella stand here. Those there. Put the coat rack on the wall. All right. Classic. Alright, hang on. Okay, nothing there. I appreciate that in theory this person's lived in this house this whole time, unable to open stuff like their freezer, and just lived with it. Just didn't even bother trying to change. It's like, nope, this is just the way it is. Alright, so we got most of this done. I wonder if this be one of those things that If you just go through and do this part, you end up finding it without having to look. Right, that door was one we added, so we don't want to get rid of it. Like, you could spend the whole time looking for it before you do the objectives. And then, like, as you do the objectives and you sell the furniture, it's just there. Okay. Alright, so let's get you out of the way for a minute. Man, you only believe in neutral colors. That's what I'm gathering from this place. Just neutral colors and nothing else. You can finish the job now. No, I think I got a little bit more to do than that. Oh, I am supposed to sell it. Never mind. Okay, we can go over here. It's fine, whatever. I'm not going to fight. Okay, we got a little table here. Little clock there. Place to hang our coats, I guess. A doormat. And a pod plant. Okay. So let's put you on this wall. I guess you'll just go here. Okay, so we got this room, so we need to unpack the box. Fitness weights, fitness weights, fitness weights. More weights. All right. And clean up all this. I'm also amused at the idea they've got all these, like, really clearly deep scratches on the ground as supposedly just being dirty that you clean up. And you're not just polishing away those scratches. It's gonna be a little more than that. All right, so for here, oh, you want me to sell all these blinds? Okay, so we've got more of this wallpaper you seem to be using everywhere. Well, that's not what I wanted. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I actually put over the top of the trim, which you just stop there. It's just what you want. Why would you do this? Okay. All right, Luxor, you take it easy. You wouldn't happen to tell me what color the paint is? No. Store. Let's see. Building. It was here. Oh, surface finishes. Paint. White. Yeah, perfect. Cool. No one ever needs to know that I botched that. Okay, quests. Alright. So, let's get all these shades put in. That I cannot seem to ever lower down to the full length of the window. Oh, wait. It's fine. We're gonna make them consistent. Even though they're all consistently bad. It's our signature style. When we sell it, people don't realize this is what they're paying for. They're paying for blinds that are always slightly too short for what they need to do. Okay, so we got a bunch of cabinets here. All right. Put the bookcase over here, I guess. Actually, bookcase makes more sense than this wall, I think. We got our various anatomy charts. You can see your leg muscles, the spine, your muscle groups. That's so you can look at the mirror. A gym ladder. Oh, what? I can't do a gym ladder directly against the mirror? What? Come on. Massage table. Put that over there. And only one seat. Second person not welcome. Two of the yoga ball things, or whatever they're called. The roller mat there. Get a towel here. Pair of dumbbells. You can leave all the weights piled up on her desk. Okay, we have one thing to sell in here. Alright, so you want me to put finish on this. Just that far. You want another blind. That doesn't quite go down far enough. You want a coat rack. A sink. And a mirror. Trash bin. Gonna be honest, don't really understand what this... Oh, this is a towel. Okay, that makes more sense. I thought it was the yoga mat. I'm like, I don't really understand the point of this room where you got like a yoga mat and this little seat and all that, but okay. Alright. Now, my assumption of the last one we're missing, I think, is literally just going to be that garden. But we still have to find this key. Alright. They're just rifling through every drawer right now. There is a possibility they'll do something like that where it's just stuck in a drawer. More than likely, I'm expecting it to be like tucked in a box or underneath something. Like out on the windowsill or something like that. Assuming this is her stuff and not his, it wouldn't make sense for it to be here, though. I'm assuming this is her stuff, considering it's all purses and stuff like that. Alright. I still think it's going to be outside. And those like fake tops or anything. Alright, yeah, my guess is it's out here. Because they specifically say close by. And I don't think they'd go with the language close by. If it was, you know, gonna be up in the house somewhere. That place looks terrible. So I'm not allowed to clean that. It's also weird that I can go in this alley over here. But, like, there's nothing interactable here for the most part. Like, I can yank all these columns up. I don't think that's it. We've done it a whole lot. It doesn't look like there's much room to hide anything on this side. There's no, like, floor mat to pick up, the classics. I figured maybe it'd be under these lights, but we already checked under those. And those I added. Locked. The key must be nearby. Would it be like a fake brick or something? Okay. I'd say the only hint I'd want is if someone could verify if it's inside or outside, just so I don't blow a bunch of time looking in the wrong place. Not something as simple as being on the banister, is it? No. The key is outside, gotcha. We also check the tree here. Have you done the mowing yet? Yes, I have. But I'm assuming the reason you're bringing that up is because stuff teleport becomes transparent when you do that. Because that's been my guess. I've been moving a lot of stuff and then checking on top of it. Alright, let's go back over here, because most likely it's going to be over here anyways. There's mowing on the other side there. Oh, interestingly enough, the pergola doesn't turn transparent. I can't just cut through it. I also see that we can actually kind of go through the different pieces of stuff by just going just a little ways into it. Remember finding the key when grass mowing. Yeah, no, most likely it's going to be involved in like these bushes or something like that. It is interesting to me that the pergola seems to be the only one that... Okay. All right. Any more columns against this wall? Instead, I'm trying to look at eye level on all these things. All these support columns, I mean. Focusing less on the ground. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything unusual there. Another thing it could be, they got these like spots of dirt and all that. They can't move any of this around, so it's not like tucked behind the trash cans or anything like that. I put those plants in. You can't move the tree. Oh, there you go. I was expecting it to be more like actually hidden. Yeah, you're not going to have a lovely garden underneath all this. You're going to just have weeds and dead plants. If, like, literally they couldn't find their way in for an extended period of time, it'd just be jungle. And most of the plants you want are probably going to be very dead. Okay. That's exactly where we found it after one entire forever of searching. You literally did everything you did and just mowed everything and found in the grass. Yeah, I think it was just overthinking it. You saw me trying to look under stuff and everything. Oh, I am supposed to sell those? Okay, what else do I have to sell? Okay, so it's 2 or 4 more lights and a bunch more plants. Alright, so why would you get rid of that tree? That tree's cool. Okay, so we got one more snarly dead tree, which is over here. And I've got a bunch of little weeds here and there. Probably gonna be tucked into things a little bit. Okay, I can literally just pulse to make them appear. Okay, so we're done with that part. All right. Got a little bit of mowing to do over here. Okay, so we're done mowing. So I got stains to clean up. Okay. Cool. And we've got vacuuming to do. You're totally here for the frog statue? I was thinking more, it would be ridiculous. Like, I wouldn't want to maintain this, but having kind of your own little, like, garden or whatever would be pretty awesome. All things considered. Like I said, I wouldn't want to be the one to have to maintain all of this myself. Like, don't get me wrong, I could see, like, if I ever got to a point where it's like, grr, I just don't want to get on the computer anymore, I could certainly see that. I do very much enjoy gardening. This is a lot of garden for one person to just kind of maintain. It would have to be kind of like your primary hobby. Because this is not a thing that would maintain itself very well. Okay, and with that, we need to get ourselves some new lights. And perfect for you to step in and trip over. Want a little tea set over here. Come on. Give me the saucer. I gotta put the tea on it. Didn't realize we were in a situation where we had a tea and saucer situation going on. Okay, we can go ahead and put the picnic basket up here. That's supposed to be a napkin? The heck kind of napkin is that? It's pretty, but that looks like a placemat. Okay, we can go to these. No one knows how to play this game, right? The house is still upside down up. Or upside down. Or right side up. Jeez, words. Yeah, I know we're working on it. They haven't given me the opportunity. That could actually be a very fun house to do for our own custom flip. It could be a lot of fun to do our own custom flip where we do like the inverted style house for, so if everyone, was it Wonderworks? Ripley's Believe It or Not? There was, in the touristy part of Orlando, there is, I think is a Wonderworks or whatever, that has the buildings designed to look upside down from the outside. Alright, so let's go ahead and get paid. Yeah, this will be another one that won't be a dramatic change. It'll be mostly cleaning up. How's it going, Leafy Pew? Good to have you. Alright. I forgot we left all the weights just sitting there on her desk. Be like, here's your weights. I'm not dragging these any farther. Well, I guess the outside we cleaned up, especially like the secret garden. Also, if I had a garden like that, I wouldn't necessarily be growing flowers. I'd probably be growing, you know, various, like, food things. Oh, wow. Do you see the garden? I mean, of course you did. You found the key and cleaned it. It reminds me of my favorite childhood books, The Secret Garden. Yes, I'm glad to meet a fellow bookworm. I already love this house, but now it's just perfect, thanks to you. Cool. Every time we come back, we have like all the anime posters directly in front of us. I just get a chuckle. Okay, so new email. We're expanding. Hello. I'm Matt from the Volcano District. We're a small game studio lucky enough to make a hit game called Floor is Lava. It was a big success, so we're expanding, hiring new people, getting more gear. We need a space for our new employees. I think our attic will be perfect for that. And I'd like to apologize for the mess. We had a party on release day. If you'd like to test our game, feel free to use our VR headsets. They're lying around the office. Have fun. Can I actually, oh wait, that was a thing. That was actually a thing. I think it was an April Fool's thing that they did for House Flipper 2, is they actually made a mode called Floor is Lava. That you had to jump between the furniture. That was a thing, I forgot they did that. Clean the stains. Well, first room done. I was like, sorry for the mess. It's like, dude, to call you slobs is being unkind to slobs. You left a bunch of bug-covered things. All right, well, clearly we have no choice but to do some Floor is Lava. Oh right, there is a run button in this game, isn't there? Okay. I think part of it's so disorienting when you have it fail. Oh. You wouldn't know you rarely failed? This is an April Fool's thing they added to the game. And I do appreciate that they did... Oh, I wanted to jump. Can I not jump while running down the stairs? It helps if you actually go along the route it intends you. Okay. Okay, so I have to jump at the same time with that. Where's the VR set? There it is. Okay, well that was weird. You can't remember the name of a game that you can't find in your library because you passed 1,000 games. Wait. I hate when you can't remember the name of a game you can't find in your library because you passed 1,000 game years ago. Oh yeah, no, that's Yup. So is Flora's Lava the next hit game? Let's see, this level looks like a direct reference to the actual game called The Floor is Lava, set in an empty school. Oh, I didn't realize there was like an actual game. It's a pretty logical game to happen considering kids played The Floor is Lava forever. Oh, it's spilled potato chips. Now you can make your Legos play it and burn them. I'm also wondering, so the game The Floor is Lava, so I've worked in software development. What is presented in that game? You don't have staff this large. And also, does that mean like every single one of these people, you know, having their launch party, that every single one of them just went back to their desks and didn't hang out at all? Because I mean that actually kind of checks out. Wait, 26 stains? Just erase the board like, no man, that was important. And did you eat their sliced pizza? What the? All right. I hate to break it to them, that upstairs was not their party. That upstairs there was not party. That was you just straight up throwing crap in the corner and leaving it there. Like those are clearly like busted up computers and all that. Got a VR headset and a VR headset. They wanted to make sure really, really badly that you saw their VR headset. We're going to make this as unsafe as possible by putting the person with the rolling chair directly interfering with the staircase. Yes, I'm being incredibly fair with our monitor distribution. It said I was going to be giving them 8, and I'm giving them 8. And you're going to even let the neighboring person crowd their desk with their tower. Okay. It's obviously the interns, the unpaid interns, something like that. Honestly, all of these desks would be terrible to work at. Like, that is just too crowded there, all of it. But that's fine, it's whatever. Okay, so you get ceiling lights. Pair of potted plants, I guess. Well, that's... There we go. Okay. We got one couch you could park over here. Put some shelves there. As far over as I could shove you. Can I fit the roller cabinet underneath there? No, I can't. My assumption is you're expected to put the roller cabinet along the sides of their desk. But instead, I'm going to choose to ignore that and just use it like it's its own like little TV cabinet or whatever. I see the way you're gonna have to do this. You're gonna have to put the couch over there so I can face the TV. So I can grab this TV. Alright, the two with the full setup, they get to actually test the game. The other ones just have to assume it works. Alright. Cool. And that is a job done. Yeah, that was like an April Fool's one they added. Just so they had like a reason for you to play like the mini game. The floor is lava. Because that was the thing they teased that is like the floor is lava, you know, mode or whatever. Still pretty amusing. Now, as a reminder, tomorrow's stream we're doing a very special thing that I can't tell you what is yet. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. And I wish I could tell you, but it's not my thing to tell. Oh, what's your score? 3 stars, of course, thanks to the great service. Wrote down your number for when we expand even more in the future. Hope so, I'm up for a challenge. Except your rotten pizza. Don't ever do that again. No jobs in the suburbs can be left unfinished. So, I got a thing for finishing all of the contracts in the suburbs. So that leaves me... So I don't know what the three people icon here means. I know they told me once upon a time. Part of me thinks it was like, this is a main story quest. Wait. So I'm Mr. Pierce, and that's Daisy Pierce. Is that family? Hello, Mr. PC. Oh, it's Pierce and PC. Never mind. Mr. PC, a few months ago I inherited a beautiful, old-timey building from my uncle, who was an art collector, an intriguing and mysterious figure, fond of riddles in his own way, exceptionally creative, but he didn't take good care of his tenement. Being an art dealer myself made me think that it would be a great idea to use exhibits I found in the building and open art gallery for people of Pinnacove. I'm sure local artists would appreciate it. I need you to prepare the art gallery for me so you can reveal your inner artist. List of to-dos contains mainly cleaning, repainting, redesigning a few walls. I'm sure after you're done, it'll become a place of satisfaction. That looks like a really big building. I think this is telling you, because they made this multiplayer if I remember correctly. I think that's telling you it's like, hey, this is a big building. You probably want to do that multiplayer. Yeah, so let's see what this one. Yeah, and that also looks like a huge property. So I think this is basically warning you, being like, yo, this is a pretty significant one. So let's go ahead and get the last setup we have over here. More light, please. Hello, I have an ambitious project to renovate my family's summer house. It's just so dark and cluttered now, but I believe you'll be able to help with that. I'd ask you to let more light inside. You could get rid of the balcony in the front. It's damaged anyways, and install more windows instead. I'd prefer the interior to be more spacious and modern as well. I like to go there whenever I need a peace and quiet. Since my boys are all grown up, I had a house all to myself, but I wonder, maybe after the renovation, I'll be able to convince someone to join me? Thank you for all your hard work. If you look down, you'll see your legs. Yup. Okay, we got a lot of junk everywhere.
Oh, hi. Reva Goshal speaking. I hope the work I asked for isn't too hard. How do you like our little summer house?
It's lovely.
Thank you. I think so as well. I really love how remote it is. I always go there when I need some peace and quiet. I feel deeply connected to nature when I meditate there, you know? It's such a soothing feeling. So I'm really grateful to everyone who fought to protect this forest. Oh, that reminds me. I lost my gratitude journal recently. That's actually why I'm calling. I can't find it anywhere. Could you keep an eye out for it while you work on my summer house?
No problem.
Thank you. You're such a kind soul. I really hope we'll come across each other again. Maybe if they ever finish that community center. I was thinking about doing some open entry yoga classes there. Oh, speaking of, I actually have to return to work now. Take care and have a lovely day.
Didn't we actually build the community center? Wasn't that the thing we did on the other part? Okay, so we got the outside here done. And all that. That phone yeah, it's the exact same in Phoenix Simplex. The phone vibrator is like, oh god. I haven't had a phone like that loud in what it does in ages. Oh, I need to sell the windows on the outside more. Alright. Demolition. And everyone knows when you're demolishing really heavy things, you should stand directly underneath it. Nothing can possibly go wrong. Obviously, don't actually do any of that. Okay, so now we can go ahead and get the door. The big old full wall windows. Alright, so I have to go upstairs to do that properly. Yeah, I guess you want more light in this place. You're making the whole side of this place glass. Alright, so before I forget these windows, let's grab this, go upstairs, and get them installed from this side. Let's fix that real fast. Okay, you good out here? Cool, so out here is fine. Alright, next contestant. Not bolted down, it gets sold. If it's bolted down, we unbolt it. And that's not bolted down anymore. Okay, so the rug stays, but everything else goes. What's the last thing? It's an overhead light. Get you. Cool. Hope she's not nudist with all those windows. Hey, I mean, at least she said, like, she went out her way to be like, I live in the middle of nowhere in the woods. At least, if that's the lifestyle she wants to have, she is in the right place to, you know, be able to do that and not have to worry about other stuff going on here. Do we have a trash can nearby we can get a hold of? Nope, there's a strong invisible wall there. There you go. Okay, we got all the trash here. Nothing to do in the closet.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. So it looks like the bulk of this is going to be dealing with this middle space here. Just cleaning it up. Because I focused on one area and didn't bounce around, I feel like I did ultimately do them out of order. Which I think is what's led... Oh, I have more to demolish? Yes. Oh, we're destroying everything. Let's sell the stuff first. When she said she wanted to get rid of the loft, I didn't realize we're talking about we're getting rid of the whole loft. Also, definitely stand on the things that you're disassembling with the sledgehammer. Certainly not a safety concern. And now we just pretend we're a dupe from Oni. And we pick up the floor behind us. And then complain about getting stuck. Wait, really? Oh, I have to sell more things. Right. I have to sell more things because I opened up this space. So you want me to get rid of the... Anything else need to be smashed? Alright, that's fine. Okay. So yeah, so we opened up that whole area. That's pretty cool. So you're going to take this... There you go. You take this wood finish, you're going to paint it white. Just... The problem isn't that they're painting over the wood finish. That's certainly a choice. Like, wood paneling is not exactly what you would call hip and new these days. It's the fact that they decided, oh, I have something that's got some character, maybe slightly dated character, but character, and I'm going to make it as lacking in character as humanly possible by just white and or beiging it up. Like, couldn't you go for, like, a turquoise or an aqua or a green? Because, I mean, honestly, that white against the wood is really unappealing. Where am I putting this? Oh, back there. I mean, this is fair. You know, pretend that's fine. You got matching paints? Oh, yoga mats, I guess. Sure, maybe? I don't know. I'm so confused. Let's see. So we have... that for here. You want... Don't you own a fridge? Did you... Oh, that's, I guess... That's just a cabinet? Okay. It looked kind of like, just because of the size and dimension, it looked like a fridge with a glass door and then like a hidden handle. It's a coffee table. Make a little understair dining cubby. Okay, and we have a bunch of plants and all that, so you got a drying rack for your kitchen. So your sink's right there, so let's put the drying rack in the corner. You got the microwave. I'm gonna plunk that over here. think there's an espresso thing. Coat rack. We can go ahead and get... That is... Okay. There we go, coat rack. Give a floor light. How many plants do you want? Okay, so just one planter down here. That'll probably be for you. You want a couple of these, so we'll go ahead and be confused as to why. Do you go on the wall, maybe? You do. Ah, okay. Get on my way, chair. There we go. So we got ceiling lights. Were you supposed to reset the queue? Yes. Here, I got it. My apologies. So I need to buy 5 lights. So rather than have any rhyme or reason, I'm just going to put one on each of these support beams. And then one back in the kitchen. And then I need to make a new fence thing here. Okay, so that's that. You're having me sell your train set? And there's a dresser there. Find Reva's lost journal. It's okay. We're just gonna sell all her children's toys. I'm sure they'll love that. And they're awesome posters. Alright, and I think we have finished the place. So that'll be another one done. In the words of Parkard, there are 4 lights. Yeah. That one was a very quick one. I still don't like those white painted walls. Like, if they were, again, teal or aqua or green or even just the wood paneling is fine, or even an orange or a red or whatever. But just going with white. She's replacing one dated thing with another. We just arrived. It looks amazing. I can already see Samar relaxing too. There's so much light and space. I only followed your instructions. I'm glad you like it. I really do. Your walls are blue and happy? Yeah, no, it's just a big thing, like... It's one of those things that's become kind of a way of dating yourself. Like, if you think back to the days of, like, where everyone was using wallpaper and everyone was doing, like, wood paneling and that kind of stuff, and how that gives a very dated look by comparison to now, it's the same idea, but it's for people in my parents' generation doing stuff in like whites and off-whites and eggshell and beige and all that stuff, you know, to maintain the resellability of the property. That's begun kind of like the new dated thing that having stuff like accent walls, you got like a bright teal wall or a bright orange wall or whatever, has become kind of a more modern thing. Which regardless of what you do there, it's just going into a place and seeing like no personality, like all of the walls are just beige, and you're just like, ah, cool, we're maintaining resellability and not enjoying living in our space. Cool. And I get it. There's a logic to it, but it's one of those things that you're putting money ahead of your own personal interest or whatever. Alright. Hi, I'm a filmmaking student, and I need to make a short film for course credit. I have the perfect spot in mind. A rundown forest cabin. Very atmospheric. The problem is that the atmosphere now suits something scary or supernatural. It's not the direction I want to take. Too cliche, you know. I haven't exactly figured out what I'm doing instead, but I believe it'll come to me. Let's see, what I do now is the cabin needs a makeover. Some basic stuff, like fixing the holes in the walls, taking out the trash, buying some furniture, and maybe a fresh coat of paint. I'll trust you'll see what needs to be done. That sounds like a very terrible way of approaching things. Like, it's like, ah, yeah, it's got the perfect atmosphere for my movie. Cool. Alright, could you just, like, figure it out? It's like, oh, alright, what's the atmosphere going? I don't know. But I trust you. I don't know what I want, but I trust you, man. There's the other two weeds.
Hey, Jaden here. I finally know what my movie's gonna be about, and I couldn't wait to tell you. Just listen. It's going to be a silent piece, honoring the simple life. Imagine long, static shots capturing the most mundane activities. Nobody would expect it from a movie set in a forest cabin, am I right? So your crucial task is making it look inhabited. The last time I was there, only a ghost would consider moving in, and that was like years ago.
Let's see. So your movie is about a ghost?
No. That's not what I meant. The movie is about a person who is very much alive. I told you, I don't want anything super... Or maybe, what if they are a ghost, but they don't know it and live like a regular person, and them being a ghost is revealed at the very end? You know what? You may be onto something. I'm going to work it into the script right away. Thank you for the inspiration.
You're paying me in advance, right? Can I change the ring sound? Like, bring it down? Not reverb. Maybe effects? I mean, it's under effects. We can probably bring that down a little bit. I like how we're leaving the toothpaste. When it's like, no one's been here for years. You're like, yep, keep that toothpaste here. Don't worry about that. That toothpaste that we could carbon date? Probably worth holding on. Also, it's like, you're paying up front, right? Because, I may not have the highest confidence in your movie, if I'm being honest. If this director thing doesn't work out, don't call me. There's a secret room back there. Okay, just going around cleaning up the trees. Okay, we got the trash cleaned up here. I don't know if when I pick up a trash bag like this, as it counts as a unit of trash. There you go. I'm genuinely confused. So supposedly there's stains in this area. Oh, here, it's this. Okay, so now I need to build. Okay, so that room's all done. So apparently this room back here, it's fine just the way it is. I don't know why we have a pile of radiators all covered in corrosion back here, and that's just okay, but you know, that's sure, why not? Sometimes you just keep a radiator with tons of corrosion on it. Alright, the stairwell's all done. Okay. No stain can hide from you. It was a lot. It doesn't tell me what I did, but I assume it's I cleaned up a certain amount of stains. Okay. Let's go and get these windows so I don't keep getting distracted when I'm looking for the dirt by them. Watch, it'd be like, oh no, you made the cabin too nice now. Now it doesn't work for my movie anymore. I'm gonna live in there instead. Gonna go find another rundown cabin. Alright. Oh, there we go. It's the entire kitchen. Entire everything that is the kitchen is what's gross. Okay. It's gotta be a stain. It says, here's a stain over here. You know, let's just get this cleaned up. I like how it's like wood decking. Don't care. Concrete it up. It's fine. Everyone knows just randomly slamming some bricks in the middle of a wood deck. You know, they definitely adhere to each other. There we go. Okay, so you're cleaned. You still got 3 more stains somewhere. All right. So that room's done. Oh, there we go. There's a spot over there. Then this room is done. The stairs are done. It's mostly just this room, and there's a little bit outdoors. I just gotta figure out where these last 2 stains are. My concern is maybe they'll be behind these cabinets or something. Oh, well, we've got one of them. There we go. Oh, wait, never mind. Flipper skills point perk up. Okay, what do we get? That one? You can sprint even while carrying something in your hand. Watch your step. You can sleep in people's houses. Alright, well, we'll just get the thing where I don't get slowed down as I do that. And trying to go near the edges of things in case, like, the little stuff I was cleaning up, I missed something that way. Well, these rooms are done, so let's close those doors. On the entrance door, maybe? I didn't see it. Oh, nope. That seemed to be it. Let's see. You found the game you're thinking of. An unappreciated game called Hide and Shriek. Your students are going to a magical school, and at nighttime you played Hide and Shriek. The object of the game is to find and scare the other player before... Sorry. Scare the other player... while building a score by also finding and turning in your colored orbs. I see. Interesting. Okay. So now... we have the cool wood for the floor. You're invisible? Yeah, I figured it was either like there's a stealth or an invisibility mechanic or something of that nature, so that makes sense. Okay. So we got all that done here. Oh. You want me to put the bed in here. This room does not have a good place to shove a bed, really. I guess we're going to shove it between these windows? Because it wouldn't be too bad the support column wasn't here, but that's fine. We can go ahead and put a desk. That'll be the desk chair. Okay, there must be a planter in here somewhere. Cool. There we go. I don't really give myself a good place for you. I really did not give myself a good place for it. It's fine. You can stare at that column. Okay, so what do we need here? We just gotta put the paneling in the floor we fixed. And then out here... Oh, there's gonna be some part of the wall that's missing. Oh, it's the outside of the wall on this side. Okay. And with that, we got another contract done. Yeah, it definitely feels like I'm bouncing back to earlier contracts in the game. Because I just kept, like, trying to finish territories or whatever. And I may have finished the more advanced ones. We're getting a bunch of these, like, little tiny, like, just clean up the mess kind of contracts. Alright, don't care about that one. The devil in the details, huh? Let me guess the name of your movie. I came with the title of my short film. Or short movie. Gotta admit, I was inspired by the quality of your work. Thank you. Sounds like a good title. We are lying to this man. Jaden, don't listen to us. It's better than good. I really hope the script can match it. I hope the script is better than it. Alright. And no new emails. Alright, I'm going to lower the sound effects volumes a bit more. Because I have a feeling we're going to get another phone thing here. So we cut down the volume a lot. Alright, exterior renovation. Hello, Mr. PC. I've lived in the Coral Root Forest with my family for decades. In recent years, I've noticed more and more of those modern homes popping up there, and I want to burn them all. Don't want my house to look old by comparison. Can you modernize the exterior so it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb? And the living room as well. A passerby might see it through the windows. Thanks. Also, I need a garage. Regards, Ian Fusco. They have all those modern homes. I went over my neighbor and tried to burn his house down, but it was all made out of aluminum and steel and glass. I mean, okay, hang on. You want me to modernize your homes? So, yes, you've got the wood thing going for you. That is already an angular design of a modern home. This is not an old school style house. This is like modern European house. Like, what do you want me to change about your home? I mean, just get rid of the wood paneling? I guess that would be fair. Oh, I'm not building you a garage. I'm literally just going to slap a garage door on the side of your house. Okay. Looks like a house you designed in Minecraft as a base. It does. Very, very angular, very square. Alright. Oh, no, we are building a garage. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is probably the most we've had to build since I decided to tear down my, family's house they gave me. Because it was an abomination they should have been ashamed of. And so I was happy to completely replace absolutely everything, including the foundation. Which means you know 100% passively aggressively, my character then invited their parents over. And were like, look what I did to your home. And, you know, they couldn't identify any of it because it wasn't even the same structure or floor plan. You're like, yeah, why did you let our house be like that, Mom and Dad? Why would you do that? It was a truly awful house, like these tiny little weird angled bedrooms and like, oh man, there's something about the stairs. I cannot remember what the problem with the stairs was. But like, we're like, these stairs aren't safe. It's like, if you've ever seen a house made in like the 50s to the 70s, and they've got like the tiny micro staircase that just does that little U on it, and like the stairs are like half the size of stairs nowadays. It was like one of those things had going on as well. We were like, look man, this is just hard to go upstairs on. Scared to death I'm just gonna fall. Okay, so we got the building part done. So now I need to paint, I assume, everything on the outside. Are you gonna make me paint your house like white? Don't tell me this is you modernizing, cause oh, you're modernizing wrong, friend. You are already dating yourself. Genuinely, that wood panel looks more modern than this. Because it's like the slatted wood panel. Versus just painting it beige. This is objectively making this house so much worse. It's not white, it's gray. It doesn't change the whole thing though. Because that's the whole problem. Is just the whole going with the neutrals, because that was the whole thing. Is like there was a pretty long time period of like 30, 40, 50 years that was just the conventional wisdom. It's like, you want to maintain your reselling value, you got to paint your house something neutral so someone else could see what their home would look like if, you know, your home would look like if they lived in it. You don't want too much of your personality showing through or whatever. And now it's very much like, nah man, it's your house. Make it your own. Get some colors that pop. The wood panel white, I guess that works. I don't like it. I'd rather they use a non-neutral color. Just to keep it more interesting. At least they're using like the wood panel as like an accent or something. Or I guess technically the white is the accent? I don't know which one you'd consider the accent. It's kind of a 50-50. Yeah, this might not actually look bad. Yeah, neutral colors are fine. Right, when you're selling, it makes sense. Like, when you're selling, it does make sense to, you know, clear out your furniture, do a neutral color, do a fresh coat of paint, because literally there is nothing that makes your house look, you know, newer, cleaner, whatever you want to say for your words, and just slapping on a coat of paint. Very, like, there's a reason why anyone, like, who goes house flipping, it's one of those things you paint. It's usually paint and doing stuff with the kitchen is 99% of, like, people flipping houses what they do. Just grabbing a couple of the old appliances, get them out, slap some new ones in. Okay, so now we need to do cool wood. So it looks like we are keeping, like... Oh no, we're changing the wood? Yeah, that's more modern. That's fair. I still wish they didn't do white. A lot of people are too afraid to show personality. You're not wrong. But it's been kind of one of those things that when you're looking at like what people are doing with houses today, like style trends and all that. And one of the big changes in style trends has been going from doing like lots of neutral colors to more vibrant colors and designs and all that. Usually it's stuff like accent walls, though. Like, you'll have... Most of the room will be pretty tame. They'll have, like, one room that'll be a bright color by comparison. Yeah, no, it's not that the stove makes the difference. Invisible Monkey, it's like when you walk into a house. So again, we're not you as the buyer don't really know what's changed in the house. But you walk into a house and you see a house and it's got like a brand new stove and a brand new fridge and all that sort of stuff. It just gives it a big perception of being like new and modern and all that. Same with the paint, because it's more that paint that is not fresh because it's kind of dulled. Makes it stand out way more. So a lot of the stuff, it isn't even about actually fixing up the house so much as like making it look fresh, new, whatever you want to use your terminology. Because very, very genuinely, sometimes you'll be in a house, you'll be like, man, my house sucks, it's terrible and all that. And then you do a fresh coat of paint, you're like, oh, this is so much better. It's just, you know, paint gets stains in it. It gets dings, it gets nicks. Some paints, especially if it's exterior paint, will slowly fade in the sun. So it can just make a property look really, really old. And it doesn't take long for that paint to start looking dodgy. But you know, if you're a homeowner, unless like it gets to the point of bothering you, you usually just leave it alone. Clearly missed. Yep. I was supposed to paint this spot. Yeah, so it's kind of like one of those things like the people don't buy the house because the fridge is new, but because the fridge is new, the kitchen looks better. And then they might buy the house because of the kitchen. So it's not directly the new piece of like the new appliances, but the appliance just, oh, what's the thing? Curb appeal, that's the thing. It gives it better curb appeal that you take a glance at and you're like, that house looks good. Even if you stop and you objectively think about the thing that's been done to it and go, well, that's really a big old nothing burger. Like having a swimming pool gives you, for a lot of people, not everyone, for a lot of people gives it higher curb appeal. The biggest house with house flipping in real life is there is a way they encourage covering up problems with the house so that the buyers have to deal with it, and then you don't have to pay for it. It seems dishonesty. Yep. We actually had a conversation earlier today about when I got my house, we kept finding pretty serious electrical problems where a lot of corners got cut and not done right and everything. And I don't think the flippers did a whole lot of work on the house. I think they bought it, tried to do a really quick flip. And they didn't sell, like, they like, it was a deal for us, and I think what happened was they bought it. They got a good deal themselves. but there was kind of a scare that the economy was going to have like a real bad go for it, you know, in the near future. And I think what genuinely happened is that they got spooked by it and just tried to get rid of the house as fast as they could. And so we got a bargain for it. Because it was definitely well below what the market was at the time. Or otherwise they wanted out of it. Maybe the people who were flipping it had a falling out or whatever, and they just wanted to get it behind them. So they just tried to not lose a bunch of money or whatever. But for the house we got, the size of the house we got, like literally we got a house almost twice the size for the same, we would have gotten for the same price. Here, let's be weird and put the lights over our windows. Because once we put a small army of lights on the outside of this house, and I have no idea where I want to put these. But yeah, no, we had a lot of dodgy electrical in the house. It got to the point that I literally, like, after, when I found one or two light switches that are a problem, it was like, fine, I'll fix these light switches. But once I went into an outlet and find it was also a problem, that was the point where I'm like, no, I'm tearing it all apart. Yeah, I missed this spot. So I'm just tearing it all apart. We're just going through every single outlet, every single light switch. We gotta tear their garbage out. Like, we kept the actual outlets. I basically rewired them is what I did. And it was almost all bad. Which means it's also hard to tell, like, how much was they're doing and how much was when the house first was built. I think it was mostly them. I think the previous owners, I think they painted over the outlets. Oh, you're going over here. All right, for the garage. That makes lots of sense. Cool. And there's nothing to actually do in the garage. That's fine. You and you flip houses? I had a cousin who actually did house flipping. That's pretty successful at. And granted, like, with him, like, he had a really good ethic about it. Like, he wasn't trying to, like, cut corners or do it on the absolute cheapest. So there's a clock here somewhere he wants me to get rid of. There you are. Okay, so this is all the structural repair kind of major things. Okay, so you want me to sell a lot of that. Ah, you're gonna have me sell all your furniture. Just imagine being here like, oh, my furniture doesn't look super new, only kinda new. I'm gonna need you to just go ahead and chuck it all in the bin and get me entirely new furniture. Okay. So I've got that. Let me guess, gonna beige it up. Yeah, just wait it out. Okay. Alright, now I gotta buy stuff. So I got TV cabinet. That's a weird ottoman. Alright. Scooch this over, scooch that over, make that better centered on that. We've got our stools over here. With everything else being like white, brown, and black, we got teal stools. So the entire place looks utterly sterile. And then teal. Just a tiny bit. Really, what I should have done with this is the kitchen table should be right here. This should be scooched up that way. But I've already put it down, which means it can't be moved. It's here forever. That's not actually how the game works. Alright. That's why I'm choosing to do it. I do not like these floor lamps. Okay, so we have one room that is not done. It'll be something like one of the room has a stain on the floor or something like that. Ah, it's so white. It's just white, black, and brown. Like, going up the stairs kind of sort of hurts your eyes. Heck yeah. Like, the little kid's room is it like probably the most interesting room in the house. Oh wow, the little kid has a door that goes straight outside. Okay. I mean, it's fine, it's just surprising is all. Oh, I bet you it's outside down there. Okay, so it's this room. There is one unit of trash in here. That individual crumpled piece of paper is what was holding us back. Table seating is intimate. Yep. I mean, they could pull their chairs out. Yeah, no, that's the table, and they wanted 6 chairs on it, so, I mean, that's, it's cozying up a little bit. But that's what they wanted, and that's what they got. It's also weird that the upstairs didn't get changed, so they literally changed the type of paneling they had in the front of the house, but just on the bottom floor. So, like, weirdly now it looks like there's 2 different designs. It's also weird that they didn't have me paint the garage at all on the inside, but whatever. The guy clearly was more concerned about the way it looked to the neighbors. Thanks for the garage. My car looked great in it. Good, you'll have to get rid of those bikes, though. Good job. Thank you. And the rest of the house as well. You put those Enzo houses to shame. Cool. Alright, so what we're going to do here, chat, is I'm going to go ahead and start another one of these. We're going to be giving out another key for Farming Simulator 25 with the Plains and Prairies DLC, as well as, or Tinkerlands. You just got to do !join to get your name in the queue. But what you'll want to do then is, and if you put your name in earlier, you do have to put it back in. It does get cleared out every time we do the giveaway. But you're going to want to do the !join to get yourself put in the possibility for getting Farming Simulator 25 or Tinkerland. You just have to let me know which one you'd want. That's Farming Simulator 25, the full game, plus the DLC for the Plains and Prairie. I think I've got 2 keys for Farm Sim left, and 5 for Tinkerlands. Meanwhile, we got a new email back down here, which I think that's the guy who starts you off and everything. And then we got a new email up here. So we'll go ahead and drop back down here. Hey, you remember the ugliest house on the side of the coast? The title holder previously known as the Driftwood House? There's a chance it will become a community center after all. The fundraising to continue the renovation turned out very successful. Even a group of tourists made a handsome donation after taking pictures. So not only are the materials covered, but also enough to pay the best house renovator in the area. That's you. The previous crew left a lot to do. The biggest challenge is making the exterior look presentable. You'll make good use of your famous hammer. That's for sure. Besides that, it will need cleaning, finishing the walls, floors, furnishing, you know the drill. I hope you'll do Pinnacle the honor to deliver the community center to the whole town is waiting for. Take care, Tom M. So this is the thing that we've like supposedly been building up for since the very beginning. So don't be surprised if the phone buzzes. We did turn down the volume a bunch. But yeah. So you want to get your names in if you want Farm Sim 25. We'll actually do that drawing here in about 15 minutes. Oh cool, this place is a dump. Heck yeah. They turned on the sound too much? I can't hear my selling thing. Okay, let's adjust some of these volumes. Ambience, bring that down a little bit. Bring that up a little bit more. Okay, so your hammer has its own Insta? How pretentious. My hammer knows its value. My hammer knows its worth. It's a little weird that this is the thing you've been building up to make this as the community center. Like, there's been like a whole bunch of story building up to this. I can't interact with that phone, but that was someone clearly burying or unburying a phone in behind the house. It definitely feels like we've wandered up to like some kind of criminal enterprise. Okay. That's you realize it's a horror game, like Doki Doki. This is not how you build safe stairs. Well, that's the whole backstory on this was that they were supposed to build this community center, and basically the contractors kind of only did a little bit of it and then dipped. and it became this whole big thing that's like this unfinished project and all that. So I'm thinking that's part of it, is like they're kind of showed that they didn't know what they were doing or whatever. Because that kind of stuff does happen where people accept stuff and then realize they're way in over their head. So I'm missing more wood planks and a light. Well, there's the light. Okay, so we got all the stuff that needs to be sold from there. So it's a squat? I don't know what you mean by that. Basically, they didn't do their job. Is the short of it. Okay, so we got some doors to sell and all that, some more windows to sell. I think since I opened up that wall, it's counting all that stuff too. Oh, abandoned buildings that derelicts are living in? Yeah, no, there's it doesn't, they never implied that people were squatting in the property. Just that it was like, it was a partially built property and it was kind of left to rot. I don't think they ever said that people were living here or anything like that. It's just there's more supposed to get done, and it just didn't happen. Hey, these bathrooms actually look mostly finished. There's more tiling to be done on it, but the bathrooms actually look someone got pretty close to finished. Well, except for we've clearly been at this for a long time, and that's bread and tomatoes. Alright. Got a plank of wood somewhere here. Okay, so we got all the outside stuff sorted as far as selling. Oh. 18 things to sell. Lots of wood and all that. It might be that all that wood stuff is up top. Okay, apparently this room is fine. Not to mention adding on to this that, like, weirdly parts of the upstairs are done, parts of downstairs aren't. We've got steel beams for some reason in the middle of the room. They covered the couch and everything with furniture. There's just stains and messes absolutely everywhere. Okay. Alright, well, let's start moving on to the next thing. Oh, the pink is considered a stain. The pink isn't paint, it's a stain. Sure. So in other words, they painted so badly that, it's not actually qualified as paint or finish. There we go. Cool. So the outdoor here is done. Next. I'm pretty sure a murder happened here. I don't know about you, but that looks like a murder happened here. There's a whole lot of red and like people sliding in it. So we definitely shouldn't question it, immediately spray and wipe it up. Okay, well the stairwell's all done. There's a hammer here somewhere. There you are. Okay. We got about 3 more minutes. So I'm going to be giving out a key for Farming Simulator 25 or Tinkerlands. You just gotta let me know which one you want. You just need to do the exclamation mark join. And if your name gets called, the only requirement is that you basically let me know what game you want. You don't have to be following, you don't have to be sub, nothing like that. You just gotta be like, hey, I would like Farm Sim. And then I will give it to you. Ooh, okay. So the entire place is a dump with graffiti and everything, and yet we've got like this full-on recording studio in perfect condition, complete with a sound booth and everything? What? I don't understand.
Thank you Laurentius for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Lorenzus, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and I really do appreciate it. Sorry, I was having to like try and read stuff. I think that's a laptop. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. You sub to join, got it. No, I'm pretty sure that's against TOS, actually. To restrict giveaways to subs only, I think. It's those things I don't, like, you know, I read once and then I promptly ignored. Yeah, you're not, so to be clear, you can't, if I remember correctly, you cannot give something away of monetary value or whatever for subbing or something like that. I can't remember the exact words. I think you give something away, like, I gotta remember. So there's something about what you can and can't do so far as, like, or, sorry, let me correct that. If I were to give something to people who are sub, that's not a problem. If I were to say, hey, if you sub, you have a chance, that qualifies as, I believe, a sweepstakes. And then there's lots of rules around what you can and can't do with sweepstakes. Like, there's lots of stuff around that. But it's kind of one of those things I don't do anyway, so I don't worry about it. I don't really fuss about what others do. Doesn't hurt me, so I don't care. Alright. So, about 1 more minute, then we're going to do this giveaway. And we will see who gets in all that. Yeah, so that's all fine. That's all fine. We got that taken care of. get down those stairs. Yeah, we'll go basically once we get the stains up on this room. You have to get to do any type of gateway that forces subs or follows. Yeah, I don't know about the follows. I know the subs or like bits. Basically, the problem is there's a lot of countries that have laws that basically say, hey, sweepstakes have all these rules and restrictions around them. So like, if you want to do a sweepstakes, you got to adhere to all this stuff. And Twitch's answers be like, just no. All of this is something we don't want to open that can of worms. Just no. Ooh. Oh, wait, never mind. 3. I was about to say someone getting a 4-monitor setup, but no, it looks like... Is he 4? This is a community center. This is a bit of a weird community center setup, but whatever. It's fine. They can have like a cyber cafe or whatever. And I said I was going to do the drawing right after I cleaned up. Let me just put down these keyboards. I'm going to do the drawing, otherwise I'll keep pushing it back. Alright, and so last call for people trying to get themselves a copy of Farm Sim 25 with the Plains and Prairies DLC, or Tinkerlands. You just got to let me know which one you want. I'm going to go ahead and do the drawing here. And we have Lauren Zeus. You just got to let me know which of those 2 games you want. I'll DM it to you on Twitch, and you'll get all that stuff. Let me go ahead and get the keys handy real fast. Those are over here. But yeah, you just gotta let me... Alright. Told you need to be subbed. For the record, being subbed does not change the odds for you. To be clear. Just gotta let me know which game you want. We have Farm Sim 25 with the Plains and Prairies DLC, or Tinkerlands. And Tinkerlands is like a top-down Terraria style game. Tinkerlands is early access, Farming Sim is fully released. But you gotta let me know which of the 2 you want. Yeah. No, you're good. Normally, let me check Tinkerlands. Does that mean you want? Okay, yeah. I can go ahead and send you Tinkerlands. It's good. I have a lot of fun with it. And just to verify, you're saying you would like Tinkerlands. Just before I send the key, and then you're like, oh, I meant let me check this and see if I want it or whatever. So let me go ahead and do this. So, just verifying 100% you want Tinkerlands. Because once I send you the key, it's there. And let's see. So I've got the key, I've got the right person, so as soon as you give me the thumbs up... Okay, want to see if you want it, but looks good? Okay, cool. If it looks good, I'll send it your way. Not much of Farm Sim? Yep, no problem. So, well, here's Tinkerlands. Like I said, I really enjoyed it. It is early access. That's the whole thing. And with that, that'll be the last key giveaway for the night. So let me go ahead and get this out of the way. But I still have, in the future, I still have 2 copies of... Farming Simulator 25 to give out, and I have 4 copies of Tinkerlands to give out here in the future. So let me get all that stuff off my screen so I don't have to worry about it. Alright, so cool. Because we did a bunch of dare drops for all that, and I'm trying to get all those keys out, because that's why I do the dare drops. You startled me, man.
Hello, my favorite flipper. I couldn't wait to share something with you. Everyone is so thrilled that you took over this renovation. The townsfolk are really impressed with your work in Pinnacove. So, thanks to the successful fundraising, and with you being in charge, we can trust that the work will be finished this time.
Let's see. Of course, I'm a professional.
And you prove that with every house you fix. Gotta tell ya, your work makes an impact around town. Let's take Emma and Jane's Bookshop Cafe. After your redecoration, their business is thriving. Or David's Rental. I met him the other day, and he told me it's booked for the next few months. So you're not only improving houses, but the lives of people who own them as well. Isn't it awesome?
I'm glad I can help. Oh, please, praise me more. I'm doing it.
Alright. I'm done now. But seriously, You proved to be an important part of our community. Though, I have to confess something. When you first reached out to me, I wasn't sure you'd be able to make it. And to ask about the Driftwood house renovation right away? That's boldness you don't see every day. So, I decided to give you a chance. Worst case scenario, you'd discover house flipping wasn't for you. But you did it. And now the whole Pinnacle is rooting for you.
Wait, you doubted me?
Can you blame me? You messaged me out of nowhere. I couldn't be sure how serious you were, but you quickly proved me wrong. So let me thank you again on behalf of the town of Pinnacove. We're all so grateful for everything you do here, and we hope you won't leave us after completing this renovation. Who knows what the future holds for a skilled house flipper like you. Till next time, my friend.
Yeah, this one stresses you out. It's okay, we can make it better. I realize you want more mouse space, so you want it like that, right? That makes you feel a little bit less anxious? Just teetering on the precipice. Here, we'll make it slightly less stressful and instead make it substantially more spine ruining. Yeah, sorry. That should be good, Lorenzus. It's early access. Can you put a plant on top of it? Yeah, I think the beta is just what they're doing for their labeling for the beta version. Can you put towers on the floor? Probably. What we need is the under-desk cradles. Oh yeah, no, to be clear, most early access games won't show the beta thing, but there are a couple who will. Okay, we're getting all our game sets. Leave the monitor where it is. So you want the monitor over here? There we go. You know what I should be doing? Should be doing all the painting and... Oh, there is no paint. Oh, yeah, there is painting. Okay, I was about to say, it's like, I should be doing the painting first. And I assume this is supposed to be, like, the big finale mission. Because the game teases you that there's this community center that was, like, so badly handled that literally it's become a tourist destination. For people to show up in, like, being just a substantially ugly building. So, like, in the background the whole time you're doing the game, there's people, like, trying to, like, raise money to get it redone and all sorts of stuff, and... Now it looks like your setup, your back hurts, though. I feel these things are related. Because, yeah, torquing your back to the side just to use your monitor is not a good time. Okay. Alright. That's that done. Shove you back in the corner. Turn that sideways. Hey, Tim! Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. How was your stream? I assume you're doing some RimWorld today. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Can we get a shout out for Tim the Sorcerer, by the way, if you got one of my mods here? Otherwise, I can take care of it here in a minute. That's cool, I guess. But I'm doing good. Doing a little house flipper because I am in that situation waiting for Odyssey to drop on the 11th. So not wanting to start another game that's like a big game. And I'm kind of in that one where I just finished the last big game. Oh yeah, I need to close the queue. Thank you for the reminder. So we got all that stuff. But yeah, so you should definitely check out Tim the Sorcerer. Let's see. Oh, you died because of no medicine? Yeah. Yep. No, definitely looking forward to Odyssey in a big way. Let me go ahead and also do something really fast to try and kick the next ad break down the road as much as I can. But yeah, for those who don't know Tim, absolutely a fantastic content creator. You should really check out Tim the Sorcerer. 100% friend of the channel, all that good stuff. Does a lot of like RimWorld and similar games. Really good times over there. There we go. But a lot of good times over there. Lots of challenge runs going on over there. So if that's your jam, you can find it. You got left behind with a raid. Oh, it happens. Good to see you, Guard Vulcan. Alright. But yeah, so for tonight, since I was like not ready to jump into another big game, because we're kind of in that wait and see, or not wait and see, waiting for Odyssey thing, I was just like, you know what? Let's do something and do as kind of a one-off thing, and we're doing some House Flipper too. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And for House Flipper, I think this is supposed to be like the end house or whatever. The game technically has a story, but you really don't notice it. You just kind of keep flipping houses. All right, let's get these on shelves. We're not monsters after all. Okay. But yeah, for those who don't know me, I am Rual, Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch, including a whole lot of RimWorld. Don't tell me you don't fit in the shelf. Why would you do this to me? Why would you curse me in having you design a room where none of this doesn't fit in it? Okay, you just go on the table. So everyone who wanted to play all these other board games, that's too bad. You're playing Tomb of Destruction because it's the only one that doesn't fit on any shelves. Okay, so we got all this sorted out. We got all this sorted out. I think we got all the bathrooms done. All right, let's go downstairs. Okay. But yeah, so I do play a whole range of games, including RimWorld. I've done a lot of Project Zomboid in the past. I do lots of like simulation games, strategy games, Tycoon, roguelike, or not roguelites that much. A little bit. Lots of, what's the word I'm looking for? Survival crafters, a whole bunch of different stuff. Today we're just doing some House Flipper too. This is kind of something I could do quick, have a good time with. It's a nice, chill, relaxing game too before we commit war crimes. Alright, this is probably an easy room to get done. So you want me to finish the floor. Do you remember the release time of Odyssey? Smurf said, but you forgot? Not off the top of my head, Tim. Unfortunately, I don't have that handy. I mostly kind of checked and was like, okay, will it be available like when I start stream? Is pretty much the thing I worried about. It's always a weird one when you have a new game coming out you're excited for, and it doesn't come out to like halfway during your stream. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, so all three bathrooms get a little thing for squeegeeing the toilet. And then they want 2 soap dispensers. This game looks like Train Station Simulator. Yeah, so House Flipper 1 in a lot of ways, so this is 2. House Flipper 1 in a lot of ways was what led to the Renovator style of games really exploding. I don't think it was the first one who ever did it. But like all those games like Hotel Renovator, Sports Arena Renovator, Train Station, Renovator, all those. Those are all games that kind of took the idea that House Flipper made and kind of was like, well, what if we did it to insert other thing? And that's not me trying to be like negative. Power Wash Simulator, I would say it's probably inspired by it, yeah. I would definitely say Power Wash Simulator took kind of its own path, though. Says 2 p.m. UTC? Gotcha. Really bad game for people with OCD, but in a good way. Honestly, see, that's the thing. I definitely would agree, like, if you're someone who gets, like, very obsessive about details, one of the things that these games tend to be doing really well is actually get things, like, super nitty-gritty how you want them. Wait. You want me to buy that frame for where? Oh, you want me to open up another spot right there. Okay. Alright, so you want 2 couches, a shelf, a coat rack. So let's do the couches. Those are going to be the biggest pieces of furniture. Go ahead and put them below the windows. So we can smash your head in the back of the window frame every single time you lean back if you're tall. Definitely not something I have experienced many times in my life. You want a cork board? Sure, I guess. If you remember Viscera cleanup detail started the genre, I think you're right, Leafy Pew. Because that was like right around the time that a lot of the, you know, work but game things kind of came out. Let's actually put you over here. This is not a great place for a boat rack, but whatever. Kind of makes you want to play Sims. Yeah, so I think one thing that this does is there's a lot of players for The Sims who they enjoy just like building the house. But then it gets to actually like managing the sim part and they don't enjoy that quite as much. I definitely feel like this game does a good job because like right now I'm doing a contract. So they're like, hey, here's this location. You know, I'm going room by room and they're like, hey, we need you to clean up the stain on the floor. We need you to, you know, sell stuff, do all that kind of things. Like you'll have all that. But you can also just straight up buy a house. And as the name implies, the game being called House Flipper, I'm not taking down a wall right now. We can genuinely like build or flip houses. You can even go to the point where you can smash down entire houses to like the foundation and build straight from the ground up, which can be a lot of fun. But it's kind of one of those things, like, if you're the kind of person that you're like, nah, I can't do it, like, I don't have that level of creativity, or it's just not what you want, or whatever. It is one of those things that, with a game like this, where they're kind of prescriptive when you're doing the contracts as opposed to flipping, you can just go, alright, they're telling me to build this, I'll build that. But they do let you do a lot of individuality with it. The contracts are, like I said, a little bit more restrictive. I have made many complaints about everything being white paint because that's what people do in real life and it's considered kind of out of date, not modern, whatever you want to call it. Because it's just the thing about, for the longest time, being like, oh no, don't paint your walls. Keep those nice neutrals. Keep that resale value up. And it's become a thing for the younger generation about, and when I say younger in this case, we're talking like millennial and younger, about getting rid of the, like, one of the first things you do is, if you're going to do some house cleaning up, renovating, whatever, you almost always get rid of white paint for something else. Usually as like an accent wall, so like not repainting everything. But going through and being like, I want this room to not stab me in the eyeballs every time I look at it because it's just beige. Or eggshell, or off-white, or white, or bright white, or what variation of white they assign it. But yeah, no, you got bricklaying, you got demolishing walls, you got all of it. It also has like a meta progression to it. Like you're looking at a run that's pretty far on. Early on, you have just like that size thing, and I gotta do it all, and I can only go like maybe 10 tiles, and then it runs out of paint and all that kind of stuff. Later on. Does it have hidden rooms or basement like gaming man caves or craft beer basements? They do have some of that, not a ton. But there are a couple of different missions where you'll find like a room that's got a bunch of anime posters or whatever, that kind of thing. Alright, that means this room is done. Okay, so you're done. You're done. Oh, here we go. It's time to open up some space. Definitely don't worry about it. Certainly not load-bearing. It just has 2 whole floors above it, and is the only wall in this area, with some pretty flimsy, not particularly large-looking supports, considering those aren't even supported here that go out to that wall and then come down. Certainly everything's fine. Definitely nothing to worry about. Okay. Hey, Treacle. Can we get a shout out for Treacle as well? Another fantastic content creator on the platform who also plays a bunch of RimWorld, is probably also very much looking forward to Odyssey, one would assume. But definitely good times. I'll get that here myself in a second, as soon as we get these windows done, if not. That's another thing that can make a house look really, really nice really fast, is a proper window cleanup. There's always like little things when you're buying and selling houses, if you want your house to look fresh, that really doesn't take a whole lot of work to make it look nice. Alright, so we got shout out for Treacle. Again, our fantastic content creator. If you're into RimWorld, which I assume if you're here from Tim and all that, and here in general, you probably are. Probably going to be able to find some Odyssey over there when it's out. Okay, so I need to paint these walls boring and white. Gotcha. I still think my favorite moment of this game so far has been they have it where you get your childhood home, that your parents just like give it to you as one of like not late game but kind of medium way into the game. And it was one of those things that we saw our house, we're like, wow, our house sucks. And I was like, there's nothing redeeming about this. And I literally tore the house down, foundation and all, and rebuilt it entirely from scratch. Which feels like the most passive-aggressive thing you could do if your parents gave you a house or something. Be like, oh, thanks. By the way, I tore the entire thing up. Like, literally didn't keep a single spot of it. Just, you know, made it an empty lot. Okay, top off the paint. Cool. I hate it. It's so much white. Okay, so you want 5 tables in here? How many chairs? 15 chairs, so 3 chairs a table on the average. I'm gonna go ahead and make a couple of these tables 4. You're installing House Flipper? Oh yeah, that's excellent. My only complaint, my one and only complaint about House Flipper 2 versus House Flipper 1, I'll probably think of others, I reserve that right, but the one thing that stands out is in House Flipper 1, you'd go to install a shower, and it wouldn't be like other games where the shower just appears in the spot you put it. You'd go, I want to install the shower here, and then have you like slide the base plate in, and you'd snake the plumbing hose up to it, and you like screw the thing in, and you'd slide the base there, and you put like the piece of glass in the frame, and you'd screw the frame in place. And so it's kind of one of those things that you did all like that modular stuff, but they got rid of that in House Flipper 2. In House Flipper 2, like they've got a mode where you can like put stuff together like that, And don't get me wrong, after House Flipper 1, after you did like your 1000th shower or whatever, probably like 50th, you could, you know, you just skip the thing. Okay, so you can go over here. Grab one of your chairs. Cool. Is this a restaurant? This is a community center. Alright, so we got this room done. By the way, House Number 1 is on deep sale, but don't buy it because they announced the remastered House Number 1 with all the DLC included and such. Ah, gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, I own the first one, and I own I shouldn't say a lot. I own some of the DLC. We're putting in our door on the place. Where do you go? Oh, cool. Another room I didn't realize. Okay. Okay, you have more walls you want me to demolish. Oh. Okay. We're just getting rid of this spot, I see. But yeah, story-wise, what's going on here is you show up and you're like, I want to be a house flipper. The person's like, okay. Sure, you can... Here's your first property to work on. Why not? But then there's like this whole big community center that was supposed to get built. But what ends up happening is the individuals are supposed to flip on it, flake on it, whatever it was. They basically ditch. And it's not done, it's a mess. It's winning awards for being like the single like most hideous looking place, period. It's basically just a big negative on everyone. But, you know, you're unproven, so they're like, yeah, we're not gonna let you do that, we don't have the budget and all that. And it becomes a whole thing in the world where they're trying to renovate. Like, they're trying to get everything together so they can renovate this property and all that. And this is that house, or building. So when you see a lot of cursed things, like there was a staircase that they just put some 2x4s that just like sitting as stairs, just not bolted in, just on top of brick and everything. It's the whole thing. Alright. Yeah, so like this area had a bunch of like rotten 2x4s sitting on there for stairs. Okay, so there's a thing here they want me to sell. Okay, we still have some stains to get rid of. And some windows to install. They go over here. Here's the thing, I think this is maybe the end of when the game first came out. I don't actually know that. But I think a lot's been added over time. You're telling me there's still a lot of stains out here. I understand. Alright, well we can get there. So what I can do here is we can go stores. Store, building, accessories, ladder. Give me a ladder. Yeah, like, this is their paint job. It just washes off with water. Yeah, and I usually stream for about 9 hours a night most of the time. I've been going a little bit long because we were doing a lot of Kerbal Space Program this past week and all that. And that's definitely one of those games that's notorious for you start being like, I just want to finish this thing. And it just keeps going. Alright. Just seeing if we got anything on there. Can you clean up the graffiti? Yes. The graffiti, yeah, right here. Alright, so we're finished clearing that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what do we got now? So quests here. I need to finish this wood surface. Cool, that's this area done. I can pop down here, sell that ladder since I don't need it anymore. Okay. Oh, nah, it's fine. This is not a game you have to worry about money too much. It's not like, oh man, how am I gonna make it through? It's really not that bad. So being a little inefficient here and there is just not a big deal. Okay. Alright, that's this area done. Okay, so I have 3 rooms left unfinished. And it was one of these rooms around here somewhere I was smashing the wall. Yeah, so we got... Oh, it's back here. This is where we were working. We got another wall to smash down here. Eventually, gas station simulator as well. I enjoy gas station. That one can get a little repetitive after a while, and it's definitely one of the simulation games that you could find yourself being like, you know, I would really love a little bit more chill. But it's not bad. I definitely have played quite a bit of it. I haven't caught like the last DLC or two. I think the last one I played was where they added the plane. Yeah, no, I've like back when the plane was added to the game, I finished literally everything it had at the time. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those games that you can go and disable stuff so that you're not quite as stressed out, like keeping up with it. But it's kind of one of those things in a lot of these games. You eventually hit the point where it gets to be like kind of a chill, relaxing game, or starts out as a chill, relaxing game, depending on what you're looking at. And I felt like that one, if anything, as it goes along, like it just gets more and more things to juggle and all that. So like it starts out with not too much to work on, but then you get your staff member and that introduces a new thing. But you kind of just always more have to deal with. I mean, the answer is what you're supposed to do is be like, I don't want to deal with the car wash or whatever. So then you just turn it off. But it's really hard to get yourself to be like, no, I'm gonna turn off. I was trying to remember. There was 1 or 2 of the tasks I always turned off. Like the gas pump, that was fine. Just throw an employee on or whatever. I think it was basic harsh. Man, I mean, at least it's not white, but that does not go together. Children's wallpaper or Brazilian walnut panels. Let's get the children's wallpaper that they're offering. Yes, there's a children's wallpaper. So I'm not sure if we do the Brazilian walnut panels. These I'm assuming... Yeah, they're not what the rest of that wall area looks like. Okay, so we have all of these things to buy now. So we put the clock above the door. Nice wood flooring. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird room. Get a poster of a crayfish. Got a couch. Well, sofa, whatever. Got a little table for it. Put a cabinet over there. Then we got a playhouse. So you got a little tricycle thing. Got a little dollhouse. Got a kid's kitchen. How tall do they think kids are? Cause like, we're an adult. This is for someone who's like 1.5 feet tall. Like I get you got like kids ovens or whatever, but the kid's oven would be proportional for like this. Where like that countertop would be up here-ish on that wall. This is like super tiny kitchen. Prawn equals shrimp. Are you supposed to go with the dollhouse? I do still love the plushy crab, lobster, whatever it is. It is just adorable. Got our little rubber ducks. Okay, just putting all the toys on the shelf. Alright, so this room's done. It's a community center, not an individual kid. That's what's going on here. It's not one person's house. This is like the community, whatever you want to go with. We already got this stuff down here? No, we did not. I still want to know about the phone that was buried in the yard. It feels like there should be more to that than this. There we go. And no, this game does not simulate like gravity physics or anything, so like you can knock the bottom out of something and it won't just collapse or whatever. And when you're working on houses yourself, not the mission house or whatever, you can just tear apart everything. So like where this one, if I start trying to bang on walls that aren't part of the objective, I believe it won't even let you. But it will try to follow the, yeah, like that should have hit that other area. Okay, so we got more demolish over here. Yeah, because outside of the things that felt like they were holiday stuff that came out, or, you know, likely updates for kind of fun events or whatever, this definitely feels like the most involved property we've had. Just for the sheer amount of, like, demolishing everything and building new stuff. Okay. Let's see, this happens to overrule to thousands of years of technological advancement. You are Steve's many times great-grandson. Yeah, that was, not this house, the house before it. There was, the guy was basically be like, oh no, I live in the middle of nowhere in the woods, and, you know, this development's getting close to it. It's all modern houses, so I need to, like, update my design to be more modern. And we showed up like, this is a modern European house. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, this is like, you know, sharp corner angular design, lots of wood, like wood finishes and glass and, you know, what looked like metal framing and all that. I was like, this is just a modern house. What are you talking about, man? And is modernizing the exterior is like, what if we put white paint in a couple of places and switch the light colored wood to the dark colored wood? And you're like, okay, come on. All right. They learned how to do triangles and circles, then power tools. Okay. So, it's still saying there's more trash out here. So this is the thing I'm concerned about. I went around back, and there was a shovel, and down there was this cell phone. In this box, down in that hole. And I can't interact with the cell phone. But it really feels like it probably should, or I should have gotten some type of acknowledgement. It's also not garbage or something I can sell either. It's just suspicious. Wait, do I not? I guess just leave this? So the trash we're still... Oh, trash is just garbage. Oh, it's gonna be this. Okay, all rooms are done. So we are done with this place. That was a time capsule? It was just a Nokia phone in a box? That is a really weird design building. Yeah, so it'll show you a before and after. So, like, this is the entrance before. That's after. This is that room before. That's after. Wow, you truly outdid yourself. You mean I successfully flipped the Driftwood house? I even dare say it was a spectacular success. No wonder all of Pinnacle loves you. Thanks. I've been thinking, you can focus on buying and flipping whole houses now. I've already had clients asking after you. Yeah, it still also bothers me all these people with all their notifications on their phone. Like, this to me would stress me out. Granted, it's not as bad. There was the one lady who showed up and hers was like 12 missed text messages, you know, 7 voice or video calls, 8 calls missed. I'd be like, no. Yeah, so this is one of the ones we flipped. And yes, they have an adorable cartoon in the show, or in the game. And yes, you could sit here and watch it, and it does stuff. As it stays entirely stationary just to ruin that entire thing. It's fine, whatever. But yeah, and then the bathroom that makes my eyes hurt. Why could you see their phones? I mean, it could be our phones. Or our phone individual. Oh yeah, I forgot. We can, oh, so we got more emails. Adding a music studio. Well, we already... Yeah, so I got those 3 there. And I think these are like the last 3, maybe. Because all the other areas, if we look at them, they're basically done. Oh. So it's apparently our parents are moving back to Pinnacle. That's fun. But with that said, what we can do is, if we look at the gallery, can I... Oh, can it? Yeah, I think the gallery, the house of the garage. This is the one we used as our base before, so like that's where it started at. Oh, I think we can just do it this way. Yeah, so, alright, so I get it. So yeah, like this is the before and after. Oh yeah, I forgot they had for like Twitch stuff, they had a whole bunch of stuff. So we had like a band hammer and a hype train and everything. I forgot they did that. Oh right, and that was a thing of bits. So it was a iron cauldron of bits. Yeah, so it didn't change as much with that. But still, it's cool you have that. Versus this is our parents' house. I wish I had taken the before and after of this one. Because literally, we destroyed the foundation. There was like, it's not the same shape, it's nothing the same. And granted, in real life, I'm probably not going that hard on anime posters or stuff like that. Thank you. Thank you, Leafy Pew, for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that. Like, genuinely, I wouldn't be... This desk would suck to be on. This isn't a house I would personally want to live in. This tile... This tile is a big no in my head. I could not do it. We're just goofing off, because originally I was going to sell the house, and then I was like, no, I'm getting attached to this. I put time into it. We're getting attached to it. It's fine. It's very teal. I would also love to have a garage. I have room to actually do stuff with my workbench. Alright, that said, I'm in that situation where I don't think I want to start another house right now because we're supposed to wrap up stream in maybe like 10, 15 minutes. No, the giraffe is hotel renovator. We don't have the giraffe sticker in this one, so I can't do the creeping giraffe. For those who don't know what Burning Sun's talking about, I've got a clip where there's a game called Hotel Renovator, which I actually recommend. It's a pretty good game. It's a short game. But it's a pretty good game that's in this style, but you get like this dilapidated old hotel and you slowly fix it up. So it's kind of cool where this game, you like build a house, you flip and the house is done. When you play that game, because you're doing these hotel rooms, you know, you can go back and you have all your hotel rooms there. But they've got these stickers you can put on the wall. And what I was doing is I found this giraffe sticker, and it put it so the giraffe was looking just barely right over the top of the back of the headboard. What do you say? Oh, I forgot about that. It's a postcard that we put above the bed that says, "I'm threatening you with a good time." No. It's fine. Let's see, your bathroom is leading out to the garage? I've known places like that. I haven't owned one. But yeah, I know it's so basically you can get up and be like, oh man, I gotta get to work. You obviously take, 2 hours in your jacuzzi bath, and then stumble out here, get into your car, and just leave. No one eats breakfast anymore. I was thinking more, that's a fancy freaking door that just goes to your garage and nothing else. Yeah, no, this is, just a weird design. I wonder why the show stuck, because normally that show actually, it's like fully animated and everything. But it's like, stuck on that for whatever reason. Anyways, with that said, what's going to happen, chat, is I am going to hit the save button. We're going to go to the main menu, because I'm going to be wrapping up stream here in a minute. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to pass this raid forward on to the next people and all that stuff. I do look forward to having one here tomorrow for... I have a big surprise secret stream on what I'm doing tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. I can't tell you what it is. I'm literally not allowed. But obviously, when you get there, you'll get to see what it is. But with all that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be ending for you abruptly. because I don't have a host ready for you, but thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, for those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find